Excel add-in that I had created for the baseline protocol. So to get started, let me share my screen here with you guys. Hope everyone can see my screen. So if you want to get to the Excel add-in, this is the repo that you will have to get to. It's provide platform / shuttle dash Excel. So in this repo, if you go to the baseline branch, you should be able to see all the instructions as well as all the code for the Excel add-in. So I will slowly take you through how you can first set up the baseline stack locally, and then using that local stack, how you can then run your Excel add-in. So all the instructions are given here. You can slowly go through this also. First, you will have to install the provide CLI. I'm sure you guys would have received the link for this. So here, what you have to do before you even install the CLI, you would need to install some dependencies such as Golang and Docker. After you're done with that, you can follow the instructions given on this page to set up your CLI. Here you clone the repo, then you have to install it, and your CLI would be set up. Now, after the CLI has been set up, you would need to first create yourself as a user on the baseline stack. So to do that, this CLI allows you to interact with the local baseline stack that you have set up. And to create a new user, you would have to run this command, provide users create. And after that, you would have to do provide authenticate to log in as yourself on the stack. Although you have to run this user create command only once when you're creating yourself as the user, all the other times that you're running the stack, you would have to do just provide authenticate. Okay, now you're done with this. Let me show you this side by side on my system also, so that you can get an idea on how this works. I already have the provide CLI installed, so I will just change to my directory there. And then I do provide authenticate. So now I have been authenticated. Now I can run my stack here. So before you can run your stack, you would have to install the stack first. So to do that, again, you can go to this page on the provide services documentation, and it will guide you through all the steps that you would require to set up your stack. So for you to actually use the stack and interact with all the other counterparties on the baseline protocol that are there, you would first need to create an organization for yourself. So all of this you can do using the provide CLI. Here you can create the organization. That organization would need to be authorized. Moving on, after you have created the organization, you would have to create a work group, or you can be invited. Another counterparty can invite you to join their work group. It can work either way. So here these are the commands for creating the work group. And if you go to the next page, you can see how you can join a work group to which you have been invited to. After this is done, your local stack has been all set up. And now after setting up the stack, what you have to do is run the stack. So to run the stack, you just have to run the command provide baseline stack run. It's taking some time for some reason. Okay, so here, let me just pull it up for you guys a little bit. As you can see, it will then ask you to select an organization. These are all the work groups that I have been invited to join. So these are my 2 work groups that are there. I can select either one of them. You have to say yes to this question. Uh, and here, as your primary system of records, please select the ephemeral. Again, say yes, yes, and that should get your stack running. If you open your Docker, you should be able to see all these running there. Okay, now that the stack has started running, we will now move on to the add-in that is there. So let's just quickly see. So these are the main directories that are there for the add-in. I would draw your attention specifically to a couple of these. First is the task pane. So on the in the task pane directory, all the front end components of the all the HTML resides in the task pane. The settings has all the data that we are storing in our IndexedDB. Some basic data, user data, and Excel data that we have to store. It's all there in the settings. In the client, that is how the Excel add-in will be communicating with your local baseline stack. So that has the provide proxy that will be talking with your stack. And finally, the baseline directory, this has all the APIs that will allow you to send or receive messages from the stack and make changes to your Excel. So we will slowly go through all of these directories one by one. One thing I would like to point out before we move on to these directories is that this add-in has been created using the JavaScript, Excel JavaScript API, official JavaScript API that is provided by Microsoft. So you can go to this website where it has all the Office add-ins. And here on the left-hand side, you can see that this library already provides a lot of methods using which you can interact, using which the application or your add-in can interact with the Excel sheet. For example, if you want to add rows or delete rows, change some data, highlight some data, all of that can be done using this library. So this is the base library that we would be using. And using this base library, we have created the task pane. So let me go ahead and show you how it also looks like. Hope everyone can see here on the right hand side. This is so if you go on the home, here it will show up when you do npm, after you download the repo and do npm start on it. This show task pane button will show up in your Excel sheet, and here you can log into your add-in. So let me just go ahead and log in. So how this is working, I will take you through the code. First, this is the task pane that we are seeing. Here under the task pane directory, you can see all the code there. This is the main page that we will be able to see after login and all the basic items and features that is showing. Another thing that I would like to draw your attention to is here is this file called mapping form. So how we are working with this add-in and the baseline protocol is that all the column names that are given here in the Excel sheet, we map them to the column names that are there with our counterparty. So there is an API provided on the baseline stack, which has a standard schema, according to that standard schema, we map it to the column names that is there on my sheet. And similarly, my counterparty does the same. It takes the standard schema and maps that standard schema to the column names they have in their own Excel sheet. So this is how basically we are able to coordinate and sync both my sheet with my counterparty. So this is the code that is there to show you the form that would be required to do the mapping. You can see if you click any one of the work groups here, as you can see, this is showing me the table name. This is showing me the primary column, and here are all the column names that are there. I can also select the type of each of the columns that are there, and finally I can create a mapping out of it. So either I can receive a mapping which has been created by a counterparty, or I can create my own mapping and suggest it as the standard. Okay, now after this mapping needs to be done before any communication, inbound or outbound data is exchanged with the counterparty. Moving on, now we move on to this client directory, where we have two important things, files that you would need to look at. First is the provide client. So this is the main file where all the APIs are being called to interact with your local baseline stack. As you can see, you can authorize organizations, you can get your work groups. This is the API that is being called for getting all the mappings that is the standard schema that already resides on the stack. You can create your own mappings with this API. So these are all the APIs that are being called. A few of these APIs are still like under development to like provide better features. So although they might show up, there's still like behind the scenes work going on with them. That is one file. And the second one that I want to show you is this the NAT listener that we have. So using this, our application is able to listen in on what is going on the baseline stack. And if it receives any, and it is able to receive any messages from my counterparty. Lastly, the main directory that you would need to focus on is this baseline directory. Here, in this index, it creates the mapping and it creates listeners on the table, after which you should be able to send and receive any protocol messages. So these protocol messages mean that you are now able to communicate with your staff and with your counterparty. So you can send a message here, you can receive messages. And for sending messages, you would have to look at the outbound file. Here I am sending any any data I changed in my Excel sheet, because I have a table listener, this will pick it up and it will send it as a baseline message to the stack. Similarly, in case I receive any message from the stack, I will receive it here using the NAT listener. And then accordingly, I will first map that message, which means that I have to first figure out which cell or which column, which row is being changed. And then accordingly, this will update the Excel sheet. So that is the basic structure of this application. If you want to see what APIs you can call, what you can do is you can go to the definition for these, and these are all the APIs that are provided under the provide.js library. So these will help you interact with the provide stack. Finally, this application is still under development, and there are a couple of areas that you guys can always figure out to improve, such as how we are storing all the data, how we are mapping all the data. So that is still part of our future development project. Okay. Thank you. I think I have taken you through most of what I wanted to take you through today. Is there any questions that are there?
No, I don't think there's any questions in-house. Ms. Washby, that was great. Thank you for showing that. And thank you for presenting today.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoy your conference. Bye.
I think I'm sharing my screen. Let me just make sure it's on. All right, so I want to duplicate this. There we go.
I like that sign.
Yeah, my fiance got me that. Yeah. So it's like kind of detached and all that stuff.
That's handy, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
So let's set this up. Okay, great. Thanks, sir. David, let me know when we're good to go. Live? All right. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to EthAtlanta. This is the baselining Salesforce session or workshop. So we have about 30-minute workshop. We'll go through how we're baselining Salesforce and a few other things that we're doing on the platform with Provide. So my name is Dominic Stahl. I'm the co-founder and CTO of DAPS Inc. We are a ISV in the Salesforce ecosystem. It was founded in about 2017. We've been building blockchain applications well before that as well. Been in the Salesforce ecosystem for a while now. And one of the things I want to talk about first before I go into the actual platform is kind of what Salesforce's opportunity is, and specifically around baseline and blockchain. So if you think about Salesforce as an ecosystem, and a company that's growing 25% year over year, over 20 billion in ARR. So it's one of the largest software ecosystems in the world. They'll have, estimate by report 60 billion in ARR by 2030. So from a market perspective, we're very excited about it. It's a great platform and ecosystem to be a part of. But what we discovered is Salesforce customers need a mechanism to tokenize their systems, synchronize and automate these different B2B workflows on a common frame of reference. So what does this mean? What we're going to look at is how they can use the Ethereum mainnet to essentially do this, how they can synchronize and automate across different organizations or across even different platforms outside of Salesforce. So what did we hear from customers? Here's really the hair on fire problem that we discovered is you have custom B2B logic and data siloed across systems of record, but even across Salesforce environments. So coming from the Salesforce ecosystem, like 2013 to 2016, we were selling contract management applications, configure price quote applications, but these are all really like single party B2B apps. You would, generate a document, you send it over to your counterpart, but there was really no way to actually ensure that your counterparty and you are actually in sync. You had to constantly try and reconcile data, or you go to some sort of repudiation. And so how could it be that customers using the same app from the same company can't share or synchronize their systems? Or, why doesn't one Salesforce org automatically reconcile with another Salesforce org? It's kind of the questions that I was asking at the time. And sometimes we would ask, like, what about portals? What about communities? They can log in, but really you're still kind of having to trust that the data that you're entering into that system is, not going to be changed on behalf of, or on the other counterparty side. So the question we asked ourselves was, what if we could leverage Ethereum and smart contracts to make Salesforce a multi-party workflow platform? And what if the entire middle office was actually synchronized on blockchain? And so this is what I got pretty excited about in around 2016 with the start of Ethereum. And so that was one of the major things that led to the beginning of the company. So we said, let's create a middleware that connects Salesforce to Ethereum. And so we built that for Robson and allowed customers to develop smart contracts, transfer tokens. And then what do we do next? We start to talk to customers. So we spoke to all sorts of customers who wanted to automate and execute these different processes. This is insurance brokers and dealers. This is machinery dealers who want to do flex leases. This is suppliers, merchants, all these kind of multi-party networks. But essentially, there were some headwinds, right, with traditional blockchain or private blockchains in general at the time. So who writes and owns the contract logic? You know, who's responsible if there's a bug and it leads to losses? You know, who's operating the nodes in the network? Is it dApps Inc? Are you guys going to be running the nodes, or is it one of the parties that we're trusting to, you know, maybe one of the larger companies is going to run the nodes, and we kind of have to trust them? How can we protect the input data? So, you know, even if you codify like an SLA or an MSA, but wouldn't you, you know, how are you going to ensure that the data that's going into the Ethereum network is not actually going to be leveraged or misused by someone else? And then lastly, this is a question we get, is just what can Ethereum or blockchain do that traditional like relational databases can't do? And you know, why can't we just use a database to accomplish this? And so fast forward 2020, 2021, I think all of those problems have been solved, a lot of them for the most part. And we're now able to use zero-knowledge proofs and the public Ethereum mainnet in a novel mechanism for synchronization called the baseline protocol. And so I think the baseline protocol solves a lot of that. You have the neutrality of the common frame of reference, in that no one really owns the public Ethereum network. So multiple companies can understand that, you know, it's not just someone running a bunch of nodes or one larger company running nodes. The second component is the circuits is what's being used across the different companies. So you don't have like one company actually controlling the contract logic. And then lastly, what can, you know, Ethereum do that relational databases can't do? We've discovered that over the past 3 years, you know, around tokenization, now NFTs, and now we're seeing, you know, verifying proofs on Ethereum. And so what we've done is we partnered with Provide to essentially be a Salesforce client that allows customers to baseline their different instances, their different work steps, their different processes. And so our partnership with them is really allowing these Salesforce customers to easily create work groups and easily baseline their systems of record, in this case, their Salesforce workflows. So what is the dApp Suite value proposition? I think one of the major things that's the benefit of the Salesforce platform is the declarative nature of the platform. So it allows you to quickly build different apps without having to go deep into a lot of code. So you can kind of declaratively say, I want to build this process and I have this, you know, custom logic that if this field's updated, you know, I want this to happen. And so Salesforce does that very, very well for administrators and developers. And so I think that's one of the benefits, and we'll show that in the demo today, of how we can leverage something called Process Builder to essentially call out to the Ethereum network and baseline a specific purchase order. And then the other component to the dApp Suite value proposition is, instead of posting data to the blockchain, we're actually just verifying the state of our SORs via proofs. So that's, you know, this whole concept of you don't need to really send data to a separate like private network. And so it's a big change from the way things have been done. So what we'll see today is we're doing a quick demo of baselining a record using Process Builder. So we can baseline the record using a Salesforce invocable method. So invocable methods are kind of like a way to essentially codify, like, I want this to happen, and then you can plug it into this declarative interface called Process Builder. And then we'll lock the record, which is also a piece of code that allows you to maintain the consistency. And then we also have ability to send some USDC, so we'll take a look how that works. And this is our, you know, this is our vision for the company and for the product. You know, we believe that 5 years from now, Ethereum will be the global substrate of the economy, and that dApp Suite can be Salesforce's bridge to this Web3 and really capitalize on all the innovation that's happening in the crypto ecosystem. And really bring it to Salesforce's customers. And so Baseline, I think, is one of the really good examples of that, where we were able to pretty quickly get involved with the community and, and partner with companies like Provide that are really driving a lot of the innovation. And so we can bring that innovation to Salesforce customers, and dApps, we can really be that client for Salesforce customers that want to leverage things like the Baseline protocol. So with that, I will jump into a quick demo, and we will go through baselining a purchase order on Salesforce. So what I'll do here, give me 1 second, just switching screens real quick. All right, so give it 1 second here. So we can see here, I have a purchase order record. This one's already been completed, but what we'll do is we're gonna create a net new purchase order. But first, what I wanna point out is you can see here, there's this checkbox that says baseline record. So this record essentially has, this checkbox. It can also be, kind of automated. It doesn't have to be driven by checkbox, but really what we want to happen is when this purchase order gets created in Salesforce, it calls out to the Provide stack and allows us to baseline the record. But before we do that, I want to quickly show our process builder and see how we kind of set everything up. So the first thing we'll see is this checkbox. So this is the dApps purchase order baseline record checkbox. So if that's equal to true, then we want to go ahead and baseline the specific record. So you can see here we have these immediate actions. The first one is post business object. So when we post the business object, that's going to take the data from the purchase order, and that will basically call out to the Provide stack. The second part we have is the lock purchase order. So this happens on Salesforce, and essentially what that's doing is maintains that consistency. So instead of sending a proof and to baseline it, and then someone goes in and changes the records, this ensures that only an administrator, someone that would have access, could actually go in and change it. So it'll lock to maintain the consistency. And then we have another step here, which is basically purchase order is completed. And once it's completed, we can also automate, a payment of USDC. This can be powered by a number of different mechanisms, but just to kind of give you an example of some of the things you can do with Process Builder. This could be done via Robson, Diomatic, via Provide Payments, via really any network. We have a number of connections with Web3, so it's really whatever you like to use. So you'll see here, I will show one more thing, and then we'll look into the actual purchase order record. If we go into our actions, there's a number of actions here. So when we go to Apex and we find one of these, so you'll see these are all the different types of classes that we've built. So you can lock a contract record, lock an order record, lock purchase order, post business object, post proposals. If you have like very structured data you want to send, you could also post data to Slack, or you could send USDC as well. So these are all the different kind of actions that we have that you can build as part of the declarative process builder. So now that we have our baseline call out, we can lock the purchase order. We'll also be able to send our USDC. We'll go ahead and activate the process builder. And then now we'll switch back to our purchase order, and we'll create a net new one. So I'm going to go ahead and create a purchase order. We'll make sure that the baseline record is checked, and then we'll see kind of a few things happen. Here, it's our nice little postman. All right, so the first thing, just entering in, that's not really required fields, so just random data. And then we'll go ahead and baseline the record, and we'll just say this is going to be 28. And we just put in and our primary contact, Diego, who is basically who we're going to be sending the USDC to. So I'll go ahead and save this record. And the first thing we'll see, the purchase order is created, and then the baseline record here is checked. We'll also see here on our right, if we look into our CLI, or the baseline CLI, we can see we have a couple different runs. So we have Venture Industries and then Cloud Compute Inc., which is where Diego's working. And then if we go into the logs, we'll also see in the Provide stack, we have our logs here. which are basically showing as these commands are coming in, the actual baseline output from them as well. So one other thing I want to point out is if I go and switch to Classic, familiar with Salesforce Classic, we'll also be able to see that that record is locked, and that's something you can see here on this little thing here. So that just shows that the record is indeed locked. You can also see in the purchase order history, in the action, it says it was created and then the record was locked. So that's just make sure that nothing changes when it's baselined. All right, so the next thing we want to do, let's change the status of this purchase order to completed. So typically this would be done by a counterparty in the other system of records. So this maybe be SAP, this could be Excel, this could be really any other counterparty system. So what we'll do now, because I have it running on here, I'll just run it from the CLI. So I'll just run it as, from this cloud compute, and we'll do the general consistency. And so the idea here would be as soon as this comes back from the counterparty, we would be able to update the status to completed. I'm just going to send hello world today because that's what we've been kind of sending. So I'll go ahead and send hello. All right, so we're going to send hello world. You can imagine this would be like status or any really the JSON from the counterparty system, and this is what would actually be sent back to Salesforce via the Pride stack. And so our proxy, or our connection with the proxy, would allow this data to come from SAP or whoever else has implemented the baseline Provide proxy. And once we get that data back, that's what would essentially update this field. So if we go ahead, we'll take a look at two things here. The first thing is our current balance that we have. And then we'll also look at, in addition to the balance, we'll look at our, let me go in here really quick, into sending this payment. So if I go to complete, based on our process builder, it should now send the USDC payment to our customer. And so we'll see here in a few seconds, if we go on to Robson, we should be able to see our transaction that's just gone through via process builder. So here's our Robson network, and then we'll see here in a second that will hit. So that just gives you an idea of how we're actually able to kind of codify these different these rules around baselining, locking records, and actually sending payments as well directly from Salesforce using Ethereum. And so one other thing that we're pretty excited about is you can also baseline records directly from here. So if you wanted to baseline a specific contract record, you could also pop it up in one of these in this module, and this would basically pull in your work group and organization settings from custom metadata settings, and you could go ahead and baseline the record from here as well. So we have a couple different ways we're looking at doing it, whether like a checkbox and the and process builder, or just actually clicking in and using the interface. All right, and then there you can see that was our transaction that we just did from for 28 USDC, or 0.28 USDC. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for questions. I hope this was helpful, at least to understand some of the ways that we're baselining Salesforce. So thank you for your time. So any questions? Yeah, that's absolutely a use case. So the question was, couldn't we do Salesforce to Salesforce? And yeah, absolutely. You can basically use the Provide stack and dApp Suite to basically connect two different Salesforce orgs. And traditionally, we used to do it where you would have like an external object and you would show, let's say like a Hyperledger node or Quarter node or something like that. But the disadvantage is you had to set up that whole network and you didn't really actually keep your existing system of record, but now the baseline, you can keep your Salesforce org and you can have that same effect where they're seeing the same data and it's synchronized. So I think that's one of the major benefits. You don't have to really, set up a separate database or system of record and try and like virtualize it into your instance. You can really keep your existing system of record and connect them together. Exactly, yeah. So I know Provide has a number of connectors. So if the Excel connector, let's just take Excel for example. Let's say that the counterparty in this example is using Excel instead. Because they talk to the same proxy, they could basically update the purchase order record in Excel, and that would hit the proxy and then be entered and synchronized in Salesforce. Exactly. So, and that's one of the key benefits is there's kind of this hub and spoke model where you can have multiple systems of record, multiple clients. It doesn't really matter. It's kind of this client, blockchain client architecture. Well, no, they still have to buy Salesforce. So we're kind of like a modular add-on on top of the Salesforce platform. So you would still need Salesforce as a core platform, and we're kind of like a app on top of it, basically. I'm doing one because. Yes, it is. So on the Salesforce App Exchange, we do have a module called the dApp Suite. And so if you go to, here, I'll pull this up, dApp Suite on the App Exchange. We'll put this in here. Yeah, so it's available on the Salesforce App Exchange today. And we just actually pushed a new release to dApp Suite 2.0 with all of the baseline integration. So yeah, and just through security view, all of that. So it's it's ready to go. Thank you. All right, I think we have one more, or are we good? Yeah, so the question is really around how is the dApp Suite managed package different than the core Salesforce? So we basically would package together the classes that allow you to call out to Ethereum, and then we have an open source middleware that does a lot of the communication between Salesforce and Ethereum, or now Salesforce and Provide. And so the main difference is, out of the box Salesforce, you get like accounts, contacts, leads, opportunities, all of those standard like CRM objects. And then our managed package comes with, things like tracking tokens and smart contracts and really all of the kind of Ethereum like objects you would want to track, and then allows you to do, things like write contracts and send tokens. So, and now baseline, your system. So that's kind of the main difference of what our package does, managed package does. All right, so I think that's going to pretty much wrap it up. Thank you again for all the questions and times. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dom. That was great. All right, up next we've got Stefan Rausch, and he'll be talking about an SAP connector. We'll get him on momentarily.
So, Gera, I will just start to share my screen and start the presentation, huh?
Yeah. So, hi guys, we are Concircle. My name is Gera, and today we're here with Stefan Roch, our CEO. Thanks for having us. And today we're gonna tell you more about our fascinating product, ConUBC Unified Blockchain Connector. As Stefan and Martin from Unibright have mentioned yesterday, ConUBC was recently SAP certified, which we're really proud of. And we are very happy to present it to you today with Stefan. Next slide. So we speak business and technology and of course, blockchain. Concircle is a consulting company, IT consulting company for digitalization solutions, especially in the areas of supply chain management, enterprise operations, and manufacturing. So our motivation was to create a out-of-the-box solution to connect individual blockchain as a service process with SAP systems. ConUBC drives and enables the digitalization of processes and gives mobile access to critical or fast-moving processes. Yep. And now Stefan gonna tell you a little bit more about ConUBC architecture for SAP integration.
Oh, Gera, thanks a lot for the introduction. Hope that everything is fine there in EthAtlanta Tech Park, so you can see the slides and sharp and could hear us from Austria. So maybe this has to be mentioned. We're joining from Austria tonight and are very happy to join you there. Yeah, earlier we planned to be there, but yeah, now we do it via this video conferencing. So I'm proud to present the ConUBC architecture for SAP integration. As Stefan and Martin from Unibright and maybe also Kyle told you earlier, it is, let's say, built out of the concepts of the Unibright connector, which was introduced during the ICO of Unibright 3 years ago. And yeah, we started 1.5 years ago to build up this architecture to have an access to SAP business objects via a layer framework. And we split it up into several parts, dedicated parts to connect to the blockchain as a service layers, to the protocols and networks. So we faced 1 year ago together with Provide and Unibright and also all the others who run this stack already in productive environment, that it was not so very easy for them to access SAP business documents and SAP master data connected to the blockchain as a service layer. This was not only connected because of missing functionality of the SAP system, but there was missing some unification or unified approach to do it. All started with domain models where you have to check and to map and merge domain models from the dedicated domain model on the blockchain as a service layer. And very often it didn't fit to the business model in SAP. So what we did, we built up a layer to connect to the SAP system from a technical point of view. This is called the ConUBC REST integration layer, where all the blockchain as a service projects and products can connect to the SAP system. You can connect to an SAP system on an on-premise version or also on private cloud versions or via SAP or other tools, cloud PI tools. You can also connect to your multi-tenant systems. Yeah. This integration is then orchestrated via ConUBC Flow. the ConUPC flow orchestrates all the data flow to the business objects. You may think of a data structure where the blockchain service is just sending different data, and you can decide within your UPC flow if this leads to one transactional data document, or maybe you have to create a master data object first place so that you can book or store, for example, your FI documents. Yeah, you will see this in the case of Blocksmove later on. Yeah. And then the mapping layer, the mapping of data and processes is very often done on a very low level integration layer, sometimes between the blockchain as a service and the SAB, but we decided to do this mapping and data and process mapping just before we integrate the data to the transactional or master data objects within SAB. So this makes it very easy for SEB customers to map the data which is received or sent to the SEB standard or custom business objects you have in your system. And the top layer of all of this is the ConUPC Act. We called it Act because there is some action or something is acting there. And out of the mapped data, which was orchestrated via the ConUPC flow, we just create the transactional data, or we read the transactional data, change the transactional data, or we do the same with the master data. Yeah, here are some examples. And these are also the examples we want to present later on system, where we see that we interact with sales orders, with confirmations of sales orders, with FI documents, with purchase orders, with invoices. And on the other hand, on the master data section, we will see that we manage business partners, for example, like customers and vendors, material masters, or product specifications. Product specification is a special a special demo we brought in with S17. And all these layers you are visualized in the system via ConUPC IO. So we do have a cross-layer monitoring which monitors each layer. So you receive feedback of your REST integration. We do automatic health checks if the REST APIs are working, yes or no. We see all the steps of the UPC workflows, if they are processed correctly, successfully, or if something is pending, or even if it's on error and you have to do something manually, or you have to do or plan or auto reprocessing to store or read the data later on. Yeah, and on the top layer there is also monitoring and a link to the SAB standard objects. You will see it later in the demo. So this ConUPC monitoring, this IO, is always the link to each layer. And this is also the cross-link to the data represented on the blockchain as a service layer. Okay, Gera?
Yeah, as I already have mentioned, ConUBC was recently certified, and I think you wanted to tell a little bit more, Stefan, here.
No, just one or two informations there. All the presented projects, they don't reflect what you see. Does not really reflect where they stand. So most of them or all of them are in a productive environment. We focus in our demos later on the integration to SAB and how it looks like out of the SAB UIs and out of the SAB standard documents. We also decided not to go for this discussion if we go for sub Fiori, UF5, whatever. We just want to focus how it looks like and that is seamlessly integrated. And therefore we had three different scenarios we want to present to you. Yeah.
Yes. So we're gonna show you now our videos and three different scenarios with this one. 7 company, Blocksmove, and Unibright with Base Ledger. So the first scenario Stefan, S17 case?
Yeah, I will present S17. Maybe just for each scenario, just a small introduction, what they are doing, what is the main aim with the blockchain as a service, and then we have a look on the system, or we just have a look on the prepared video, how it looks like on, in the integration. Yeah. So S17 is a partner company sitting in Austria, in Vienna, by coincidence. And they focus on quality certificates for steel industries. They started with steel industries, therefore they are called S17 Metal Identity, but it's even bigger. So key to many industry companies is their product data, and sending the product data as certificates to their partners, to their customers, and maybe to their traders. And first step is to substitute the paper process, the paper-driven process and printouts of quality certificates. But right now they are, they already done the next step, and the next step is that they provide these quality certificates as machine-readable data. So your partner is able to get this data, this product data, and can take this data to, for example, automate setup of machines, or to adjust technical parameters during the production process, which 100% fits on this data sent via the notarized certificate. Yeah. For each project or for each company, we also added a link or hyperlink where you get the details, and you can also investigate what they are doing there. Our first customer, we will be productive in 2 months, is ThyssenKrupp Rasselstein, which is a producer of packaging material out of yeah. So I hope this works now. I already prepared the videos. So S17, what you will see there is, I hope everybody can see my screen, Gerald. It's fine.
Yeah.
What you will see, you will see SAP system on the left side. Okay, what we will do there, product certificates or material certificates are created more or less during several standard steps in SAP. Normally you do it when you pick your goods, or you determine the batches you want to ship to your customer, and then you have this batch, and this batch holds the actual data, or your production system holds the actual data of this batch. Could be chemical analysis data, or could be mechanical data, what is printed on such a certificate. So what we will do in the SAP system, then on the left side, we will just create a delivery note, a shipment, and during the shipment, we will print or preview a certificate. And on the right side, you will see our monitoring. This is normally not this is normally under the hood, but I think it's a good overview of what happens in the background. So we will create the shipment, and on the right top, we will see what happens with the data sent to the blockchain as a service, S17 certificate creation. And on the bottom right, we will see what we received. Yeah. Okay. So I will start this demo now, and yeah, I will give you the details during the video. So as you can see, we are processing an outbound delivery in SAP. And this outbound delivery has just a link to specific goods and to specific batches, yeah, and actual data. And normally, when you ship your goods, you print out certificates, or you print out your delivery notes, your shipping notes, And there is a new section seen here, the S17 material label preview. So this PDF document was already rendered via the blockchain service. So you can have a preview. And if you print it out, you see on the right side that we send a workflow to notarize the data there, to create and render the machine readable data of the certificate. So this is now running, takes some seconds to notarize, to store all the data, and to get back the hashes in your SAP system. And on the right bottom, you now see that we received a new message, this S17 certificate in. Yeah. And how does it look like within SAP? It's more or less standard. It's nearly the same as if you print out the certificate via standard output management. Here you see that the delivery node was created. I recorded it yesterday, was created and attached to this delivery node. And now you have your rendered PDF file, and you have your notarized data also in your SAP system stored. See it on the bottom right. And yeah, we will see just some data, I think chemical analysis data and also mechanical data of the product we created the certificate for. Okay. And this demo, why did we choose this demo to start for the start? Because I think it's a good example how it should look like within SAP when you integrate your blockchain as a service processes. It should really look like you're just using SAP standard, and your data and your services just integrate there seamlessly. Yeah. Okay, so I will jump back to the presentation and hand over to Gera again for the Blocksmove case.
Yes, so our second scenario is the case with Blocksmove. So the challenge here was that a lot of collaborating enterprises suffer from inefficiencies trying to be in sync with transaction and ledger data. So the idea was to interconnect transaction, billing, and ledger to scale efficiently and enable increasing transaction volumes. So as an outcome, we have a plug and play solution that integrates effortless into existing enterprise-grade ERP and financial systems to achieve 100% process automation thanks to cryptographic consensus algorithms and distributed ledger technology. And Stefan's gonna show you the demo now too.
Just the technical information besides this process presentation, what Gera told you. They are running now on Corda. They are running Corda nodes, and during their investigation of ConUBC, they also check if the baseline protocol, base ledger itself, is the right way to move for the next release, maybe. Yeah. So again, a little small video. Of Blocksmove. Here we go. It's getting more complicated, or it looks like complicated. It should be simple. So the scenario is we will simulate, or we will mock the Blocksmove integration here. Therefore, you see on the bottom left the postman. The postman will just simulate this. It was much easier for us. Just as I told you earlier, we will focus on the integration to the SAP system. You may be interested in the whole process of Blocksmove, so please also visit their website. You will get all the details there. For this presentation, we just decided together with them that we will simulate the postings which are received in the system when a car rental process or a scooter rental process or any other mobility transaction is stored or booked in SAP. Okay, so on the top left, we will then see a simulation of a payable inbound, accounts payable inbound, and accounts receivable. So it's a pure FI document process. We will book them both. On the right side, you are already familiar with our Con.io, UPC Con.io, where you see the inbound messaging of the bookings from Postman, from the Blocksmove process. And on the right bottom, you see then our status out to this blockchain as a service process. Why is it so important to send it back? You have to understand that this is a asynchronous communication, which is very good for them because they can post hundreds and thousands of documents and they are queued in SAP, and via the UPC flow, they are booked in a sequence. So the sequence is very important. And the feedback is then sent after each step or each FI document. When it's posted, we send back an object connection ID, a hash from the blockchain layer, so that those bookings find together on their portal. So on the top left, I will trigger now accounts payable inbound. You see we have an authentication and then we have a posting. On the top right, you see that we started a workflow to post this FI document. The FI document was posted and immediately, but asynchronously, the data was sent back. And we also have some kind of mock server here in the Postman where we receive the request body of our UPC status out message. And there we send back the hashes of the blockchain of Blocksmove, and we send them also the FI document, which was just posted. And now on the top left, we will just enter to this FI document, to this accounts receivable posting. And here we see that this was booked correctly, that all the connections and all the links to this scenario was stored within SAP standard. And next one is, again, we book another FI document, the receivable document. It just looks the same. It's just a different FI document type. The workflow was started again. The FI document was booked in SAP. The UPC status out was given, and the request body of the status out, which is received on the blockchain asynchronously, also holds this document. This document numbering is slightly different because in FI documents within SAP do have a different number range normally. And here again, we see this account payable was stored. And the integration into the SAP standard, again, is done via a workflow management. We will see this later also in the Unibright case. Via this workflow overview, we see exactly all the timestamps, all the data received from the blockchain layer, and we see in the Con.io, UPC.io messaging again the data stream we received from the blockchain. So everything is synchronous now. The hashes from, or the hashes from the blockchain layer, and also the documents number the documents and the numbering created in the SAP system are now, yeah, sent back to the blockchain as a service. Yeah. Okay. Next scenario. Next scenario. Gera, who's next? Me or you?
You.
Okay.
I like how you explain it so simple.
No, it's fine. Good friends of mine, Stefan and Martin, Unipride, Base Ledger. Therefore, I'm proud to present it, and I'll take it away from you, Gera. Okay. So, yeah, those guys are responsible that we started our blockchain journey 2 years ago. As I told you earlier, our ConUPC is, let's call it, successor of the former Unipride blockchain connector. And yeah, we took some of our already programmed things, adopted it to the concept of the Unipride connector, and now we have the ConUPC. And this ConUPC has also an out-of-the-box connector to Base Ledger, to baseline protocol. It's also in use with ProvideBright stack, for example, at Coca-Cola. And this scenario now with the Base Ledger, it just focuses, or the demo will now focus how you see what happens on the Base Ledger to the documents and the document flow. So we want to show you, or want to introduce you to the trust mesh. It was presented yesterday, I think, and now we will see how it works with ConUPC. In this case, we will not only have one SAP system, we will have two SAP systems, and we will have some kind of a simple, let's call it a simple process, where on the one system a purchase order is registered. This purchase order is then sent to the Base Ledger. Base Ledger is doing all the trust mesh and all calculating all the Merkle trees, etc., to have this trust calculated and stored on the Base Ledger. And this original data is then also sent to the second system, which is more or less the vendor, and there we create a sales order. Standard EDI process in SAP. So everybody who is familiar with SAP EDI process, and if you connect two systems, will say, oh, there are no news. This is working since 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But the new thing is that also this is now integrated. The Base Ledger and the trust mesh information is integrated to SAP standard documents. And if you think of a scenario where you are breaking the chain, let's say it like that, where another system is sitting in between two SAP systems, or even if the chain is longer, then the trust mesh is a very good thing, because you have a cross system or cross process overview of the status of your documents. And also the participants of this process can decide how deep they are allowed to have a look on the details. And even if it's just a status overview, everybody in the chain and the connected system knows where the document flow stands. And when you think of some kind of versioning, we will also show a change of a purchase order then, or we will have a check to check the business terms. And if somebody says, okay, no, not fine with this, then we can do it again, and we'll see it on the trust mesh again. Okay. Okay. Last one. It should look simple, and I hope it looks simple, even if it's technically a little bit complex. But from an end user perspective and also from a business user perspective, it should be, again, a simple one. Even if we have a look under the hood and show you the technical details, I hope, it's not too complex. So where all starts with a purchase order. So I created a template purchase order earlier, and I will just drag and drop it to my shopping cart, and then I have more or less a new purchase order. And what I do next is I just save the purchase order, and via saving the EDI communication, the base ledger integration is triggered, and you will see we will again jump from the purchase order to the UPC input output monitoring. From this monitoring, we will have a look to the trust mesh. On the receiving system, there is a workflow created, which is more or less, let's say, some kind of quality gate. This is for sure for demo purposes, but could be also a productive environment. If you want to do some business terms checks on your receiving system, it could be that if it's for example a very first interaction with your purchasing department and sales department, it makes sense to cross-check the business terms, and even if the quantities or the business terms fit, and then you can say, okay, everything is like we said it should be, or you can decline and say, okay, the business terms don't fit, just send it back, change your purchase order or change your business terms, and then send it back again. And in the trust mesh, you will see all the versioning and the related documents. Okay, as I said, we go for shopping. We register now purchase order in the one SAP system. And yeah, we have here a special payment term, and we have special quantities. So we want to buy 9 pieces of an AC/DC converter for electrical car. So we have a look on the purchase order again. You already have seen everything is done via the workflow overview. We always triggering workflows and all the workflow steps, and those steps are registering everything what happens in our system and in the partner system. This is also a good fit to the latest SAP development of the BTP, where many things are coordinated and orchestrated via workflows. I now enter to the partner system via the workplace. There we see that I received a work item, that I have to check a sales order there, if it's okay or not, to check the business terms. I go to the UPC monitor. I directly jump to the sales order, which was created, and I see, oh, they sent me a purchase order for 9 pieces, but on the telephone we had a call. I only have 8 on stock, so therefore it's not fitting my business terms. And this cross-check, this workflow already set this sales order to be on hold. Yeah, we see that we have in the trust mesh now only one entity, which is a purchase order, because the sales order was not released. It was not rejected. We are just in the business check right now. So the first entity in the trust mesh was the original purchase order. It was yellow because the check was not done. So I now hit the button. The business terms don't match. Yeah. Now I took a little shortcut. Normally I go to the UPC inbound. I check what is the quantity needed there, and I reduce the quantity. And again, I send it back. I change the quantity to 7 pieces and send it back to the partner system. Okay. So again, on the receiving system, a workflow was triggered to check it again. It takes some seconds, minutes or hours. And there it is, the new work item to check the sales order data again. I want to investigate again how it looks like. I enter the sales order and see, oh, now he ordered 7 pieces. Okay, I have 8 on stock, that's fine. I can release the sales order. And now in the trust mesh, we see, okay, we have a purchase order version 1. It was already declined, so it's red. And the new one is yellow because it's waiting for the reply or waiting for the decision in the work item. So we hit the button, sales order is okay, everything's fine. In SAP standard, again, we see that on a purchase order, there is also a section where you do have your logistics confirmations or payment confirmations to purchase order. It's listed there. And if we go back now to the partner system of the vendor again, and we want to investigate everything again later on, because somebody asked what happened with this sales order, or what happened with this purchase document you released yesterday. Then you see in your monitoring again, you will find your documents, you will find the original data sent and received, and in the trust mesh, you will see the overview, so that the latest sales order or the active sales order is linked to the purchase order version 2. The purchase order version 1 with the 9 pieces is not valid anymore. Valid is the purchase order 2, and the sales order is linked to this. And again, everything is also calculated. These transactions and all this data is calculated and checked and validated if the hash is fit, if the calculation of the Merkle tree is fine, if all the status is okay. So if you think of a multi-tier process where your chain is even longer than just one purchase order, one sales order, it should be easy to have an overview which business document is linked or active to which version of the former or original document created at the vendor or customer side. So I hope this insight of the 3 very different integrations, but all are hosted via the UPC. The UPC. So yeah,
These are
for your
just
attention.
These are just some of examples which we wanted to show, because these are already implemented and in productive mode. So that's why we chose to show all of 3. Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you, guys.
It
That was
was
great.
our turn. Now it's your turn. And
Thank you both so much.
I think we did
really
it.
appreciate that.
Yeah, 2 minutes too long, but I hope this fits to the next speakers also. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, guys.
All the best to you at EthAtlanta and the Tech Park. Enjoy the show. Bye-bye.
Thank you both so much. Hey, Kale, can you hear me? Kale, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, Kale. Hey, Kale, can you hear us?
Okay. Happy to be here. This is Cale Teeter from Microsoft. I've been working in blockchain for 6+ years now, primarily with Microsoft. Shortly after Ethereum launched in 2015, early 2016 is when we started working in this space as Microsoft. Interested in the enterprise use cases around where blockchain and blockchain technology, decentralized apps could play a part in the future for applications all up. And so we went on a journey, for quite some years now, working with a lot of partners, such as those interested here today, like Provide and Consensus, and all the usual suspects around the enterprise space here. And we built some first-party products along the way. We've also built a lot with our partners to enable them to build their platforms, which is kind of like what our main goal is as a cloud provider and a technology provider is how can we enable the Legos or the building blocks that make building this technology easier. Most relevant to what we're talking about here today with Baseline and with Provide has been a lot of work with Provide. That worked with Kyle and team on how to enable some of the features in the Baseline stack to start allow people to use those much easier, right? So if we think about building an application, Provide has done an amazing job. If you go up to, their documentation site, and we've worked closely with them, on the Azure pieces of that, but basically like walking people through like, here's the quick start to like start getting running really fast, right? And get these things running, start building apps on top of there, start showing it to like C-level executives and others at your company so they can see it's real, right? So we can build things really fast and rev those, and those wouldn't be considered production systems, but it's an automated build. And the interesting piece, and the piece that's kind of important there, is it's really easy to build an emulator or something like that, but then taking it to production's a much bigger story, right? I think what Provide and working with these folks has been around the same model that we've kind of always worked on over the years of allow people to build something that's very close, like in configuration and how it's set up, as to what it will be in production. And then we use like the dev stuff while we're in dev mode, right? So we use emulators, we use, fake key stores, things like that to basically make these things rev really fast so we can see everything functionally work. And then as we move up through the stages of like, a staging and a UAT environment up to production, then we basically are plugging in new configuration elements. This way we make sure that our code's not having to be massaged as it goes through these different layers. And it's really just configuration that's changing to make it production hardened ready. So that's one of the key goals, and I'm super excited because of working with Kyle, how we were able to do that with the Provide stack. I think one of the biggest pieces we've worked on together so far has been the Vault. So for those who understand in the Provide stack what Vault is, really high level, it's a key store that allows you to basically do your signing of your transactions. And as you can imagine, that's a very important piece of the infrastructure. In traditional applications, we had a much more open system for like identities in that we used JWTs and other things in those contexts to basically authenticate the user and authorize them. But in this case, we're taking it a step further, right? Because we want to do digital signatures. And in order to do digital signatures, we need to link some sort of key pair to you, your identity. So both the ident piece of Provide and the Vault piece are key to that, to making the pieces work on Azure really well. And it's not just about making Azure work well; it's what our customers are using, right? So the enterprise customers who are already using Azure AD and things like that and pieces in Azure, now this is right at home, right? So they can plug an existing Azure Key Vault with their identity system that they already use today, which makes that much smoother of a process for them to do, much less scary because they understand those bits. They've already got those deployed. So I think that's one piece I would, as a call to action for folks who haven't looked at this, if you're firing up the Provide stack, take a look at their Vault implementation. I can put some links out here, but basically there's a really simple configuration for that. And we've even gone beyond just the normal, because normal would be, hey, we have an app ID and a static set of keys, essentially, that are authorizing this thing to talk to Azure Key Vault. But we've taken that a step further and used even our latest features with managed identities. And what that means, like for those who might not know what managed identities are, is basically we change the password, so the password's not known by anyone. It's like an app to app password, and it basically rotates automatically. So this way you don't get stuck by those things of if someone ever got a hold of those credentials, they can compromise your app. And it's also like nobody knows what the password is, so it's a much more secure environment as opposed to hard-coded credentials that potentially could leak to a repo or otherwise. um, Old way still works. I think even we have support for that in the Vault stuff, but the new way of using these managed identities is a much more smoother process from a security perspective. I think beyond that, the other things we've been working on in the baseline area and Provide's been a big part of that is around D365 or Dynamics. We've been exploring that for some time now, and Kyle and folks have done a lot of work, even with some customers in that space, and trying to make those links back to D365 or Dynamics. And really, what that's about is things like supply chain management, CRM, and the different modules. I think finance and operations are the big ones targeting initially in Dynamics, but basically being able to have baselined elements of that process be part of this PaaS service or the SaaS service really of D365. So it's super interesting. I think we're still a little bit early stages there, meaning like everything's functional, it works pretty well. We want to see how we can evolve that. And what I mean by that is like, how can we make that like single click or much more easy for people to say, hey, I have this thing running, an application running in Dynamics. How can I baseline some pieces of that infrastructure with my partners? And so this is the goal. I think we're well within that goal. We're working on that actively with Provide, and I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be a game changer, because it gives people a way to use this system much more easily than, it was the same problem we had with blockchain, just standard blockchain applications. People are, I need blockchain, and when they get blockchain, it was like, that's only a piece of that solution that you're doing, it's not the entire application. Sure, you could say some things in the NFT space or whatnot. Those applications are kind of standalone and can do their thing. But when we're talking about, a B2B system, 30 plus years of supply chain or finance operations, those don't just like shift into a new application instantly, right? And so usually it comes as a part of, a migration process, right? Of pulling pieces out that are important and can show value when in this new paradigm of baseline Ethereum. And so basically, that's where we're on that journey right now, is making that available for our customers. And then as that grows, I think it will just get easier, right? That's what's happened with the blockchain space. Used to be really hard to stand up a node and create an application. Now you can do that relatively easily. We have a lot of providers out there who are plugging this stuff in, and I think Provide's positioned well for being one of those providers along that way. And as Azure and Microsoft, we really just want to support that effort. So I'm always open for anybody who's listening and at Atlanta. If there's anything, from an ISV perspective or feedback on what Lego building blocks we could add better to make that infrastructure work better, smoother, easier, more secure, we're all ears, right? So we're trying our best for what we know and based on the use cases we know, but always open to feedback. So I think one call I would have out here to folks who are listening is, give us feedback. Like I'm active on GitHub, active with Provide in the baseline community. We're very easily accessed if you need to get a hold of us. And basically just jump in there and give us some feedback on what we should be doing as part of our low code deployments or part of, the D365 stuff, different modules that people could use. Even, the Provide stuff, if we can, we work actively with these guys, but if there's customers using that who say, hey, this is kind of a stumbling block or it's hard for me to use this, love to hear those, right? So we can unblock them. So that's really kind of what I wanted to bring forward here today. It's been great working with the community with Baseline all up. Uh, I'm so proud of like how fast it's gone. I mean, to some people, maybe it's taken some time, but it seems like it has happened really quickly. And, Provide's been a key part of that, right? And I'm excited about the future there, about what's going on in Baseline. And again, just want to be part of that from a dev tools perspective, infrastructure. Please ping me. Let me know what you guys want to do. That's all.
Great.
Thanks
Are you
for
able to hear me
listening.
now, Kale? Still can't.
Nicola.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We had a machine die over here, and it wrecked the AV for a second, but we should be good.
Okay, good. Share my screen. Is Antonio there?
Yeah, I need to see the slide. All right, let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice being here in Syrian Atlanta. We're going to be tag teaming today with Nicola, who's joining us from Milan, Italy. He's the ServiceNow blockchain subject matter expert. My name is Antonio Di Perna. I'm working at Bank United in Florida. Bank United is a commercial small business bank, run about 80 plus branches, and we serve two states, New York and Florida, our primary states. A little few slides on our background. I'm the platform owner of ServiceNow at the bank. So I joined the bank about 4 or 5 years ago, bringing in ServiceNow for the bank. And I know there was a session yesterday about ServiceNow, and we had other digital platform here, Salesforce and others. And my experience with ServiceNow is going back 8 years. And I think it's really exciting times, as you're going to see in some of the slides. What's been happening, I think, with the power of the digital transformation going on in the industry, I think it's a great time for blockchain capabilities, because the first thing enterprises have to do is digitize their environment and platforms. If the workloads are still happening in email and spreadsheets, so I think we're getting at a right time, and you'll see in some of the slides. So I'll go over some slides, then Nicola's going to go some slides on the POC, or the project we're working together with ServiceNow and Provide. And then we're going to do the demo from the ServiceNow and Provide stack. So as you see here, this is the ServiceNow stack. They have different verticals for the whole enterprise, from IT to human resources. When the pandemic hit, in a month, they released the whole safe workplace solution, and getting enterprises to make sure their employees can do their health checks, their vaccination. So within a month or two of the pandemic, ServiceNow delivered a whole safe workplace solution. In the bottom here are the core capabilities for the platform, from AI to machine learning to low code, no code, being able to build an application within days on the platform. And I see blockchain is going to be just one of those other core capabilities in a year or two from now, and then we're going to be able to plug blockchain into a lot of these digital applications we are rolling out. Nicola, next slide.
Yeah,
This
I
is
see there is some delay.
one
Yeah.
use case we have at the bank. Everything you see in green are applications we built at the bank using the platform. Digitized all this workflow that was happening before, either on spreadsheets or emails. And now we have these scoped applications that we built, and both from the front office, from client care kind of contact centers, to the branch back office. The employees now are using ServiceNow. And again, the benefit I see is now, as blockchain matures, we have all this workload now on the platform, and now we can connect the enterprise blockchain, enterprise to other service providers, which you'll see in the presentation from Nicola. Next slide, Nicola.
Yeah.
This is a slide I put together. It's basically having a digital center, one platform. ServiceNow is a kind of a one open model that you have. The data model, basically all the applications connect into one central data model. We have like about 20 plus either partners or vendors we connect with. Either we're bringing in data into ServiceNow, or ServiceNow is sending data to these vendors.
And we have financial, we have employee employee onboarding. We do things like safe workplace, make sure employees are able to take their health checks before they go into the enterprise. Make sure employees are able to upload their vaccination tracking and all those kind of things. In the bottom, we have the operation. So we're operation with digitizing IT, different verticals at the bank. And either we're getting a ServiceNow solution or we're building our own applications. So this, again, the whole digital transformation that's going on, which I think is a perfect time, like with blockchain, there's going to be all these use cases that you can connect, a ServiceNow instance, system of record to a Salesforce, either on the enterprise layer, or you can connect the ServiceNow instance to a partner and communicate. And through our famous provide stack, get a zero proof token that can now have information in an independent piece of data that you don't need to go and look at either one of those instances. It's tracked as a zero knowledge proof token. Next slide. Few slides on our data. Like as we built all these applications, either we bought applications or we developed our own applications. This slide shows you like these little squares in the bottom are all the applications we're running on the platform. We're running over 50 applications, either ServiceNow or ones we built. And as we onboarded and implemented these, you can see the data growth going on in the platform. So this gives you an example, like 50 applications. We started in 2018 where the start is, and this has been our evolution in the last two or 3 years. And you can see the data, basically every piece of data here is a record in our platform and representing over 50 applications. And we're just like doubling year over year. So we're just going to be growing. ServiceNow just introduced what's called the citizen developer. So we can basically empower the business guys to build their own applications with some kind of guardrails. So application development is just low code, no code is going to just double and triple in the next few years. And guess what? Ready in time just for blockchain. So that because that's the prerequisite. You need to digitize your environment and your organization. Because if you're going to connect blockchains, you can't do it through an email, or it's more challenging. Or here now you have applications digitized that you cannot connect. Next slide. This last slide again, just to show it year over year. You can see where we started in 2018. Year to date, 2019. Year to date, we hit 100,000 records. Year to date, 2020, we hit 200,000. And year to date, this was the August report, we're at 250,000 records. So in a year now, we're going from like having all this workload that was being managed in emails and spreadsheets, we're having almost 500,000 records in our platform representing over 50 applications. So this is now where we start to see other capabilities, especially when we're looking at the blockchain use cases. So message out there is, at least from my experience, is we got to get the workloads in these tools, in these platforms. And that's kind of the prerequisite for how we're going to leverage blockchain. All right, Nicola, I'm handing it over to you.
Okay, great. And I hope you can hear me okay. I have a little bit of echo, but I will try to go ahead. Okay, so what we want to describe here is a use case that we build with Bank
Nicola,
United.
hold on. I think we can hear the audio.
Yeah. Is it any better?
Yeah, we're good. All right.
Okay, good. So I will describe briefly the use case for the POC. And we have dealt with one of the most traditional processes that ServiceNow is managing. It is the incident management process. So you have seen from Antonio's presentation, you can have many different applications within the ServiceNow platform, from case management to HR to auditing to compliance and controls. Many different kind of possibilities. But let's start with something that is foundational. And the typical architecture that we have when Bank United as a customer is using an external service provider for any kind of interaction like for example, managing incident across different organizations, is the need to integrate multiple instances. So we have started the POC with 2 instances, ideally one representing Bank United, the other one representing a service provider of Bank United, or that could be also different department within the organization. But we have more this service provider use case in mind. So we have 2 different instances of ServiceNow called the base 1 and base 2. And what you will do in a very traditional context is set up a one-to-one integration, often called e-bonding between these instances. In fact, what we want to do in the POC is something that is more scalable, and we want to bring in the provide stack. So what we did, basically, we instrumented the instances with the provide stack. We are technically using a component called mid server, where the stack is installed. The mid server is just an external component of ServiceNow where you can run any kind of process. And what is important here is that we are connecting through the provide services, and of course they are using a blockchain in the POC, the ROPSTEN network, in order to notarize proofs. So basically what we are trying to achieve here is multi-party workflows, and we start with 2 environments, but the sense of this architecture is to be able to scale. So to go from 2, 3, 5, 10, and maybe 100 of different organizations using the same time of context. And what we also want to achieve is the ability to use zero knowledge proof and to create a work group that is representing multiple organizations together in such a way that these multi-party workflows can run effectively. Okay. So this is basically the foundation. So let's go on the live environment and see a little bit how it looks like. So I will switch to a live environment. So here we have 2 different instances of ServiceNow. So we have the instances number 1. You can see here the instance and the instance number 2. So these are the 2 different environments which need to talk together. So it's an integration setup, and I will close the other tabs because I don't need that right now. Okay, so the demo is very simple, but I think it's very important from a conceptual perspective. So we can go to the incident management process. So in ServiceNow, you can very easily search for application through this menu bar, and I can go to the list of all my incident, and organization number 1, Bank United, for example, can open a new incident. This can be done from the portal as well. There are many different ways to open a new task incident, like in that case. And this is a traditional form in the system. You can configure as much as you want. It's a low-code environment where you can build all your own application. So, for example, if I want to create an incident, typically I need to choose my caller who is opening it. This can be Kaya. I can put a short description like I'm having network issues, like we are having a little bit. And I can put additional information like, I don't know, the category or maybe the subcategory of the incident that I'm managing. And I can have knowledge base information. But what is important here is that I want to be able to manage this interaction through the provide stack and also the integration with other systems. So if, for example, the network incident is going to be managed not by, let's say, the internal service desk, but it's something that is going to a service provider. So there is a company managing network cases. There are often contracts between companies to handle different kind of cases. This can be, can be technical, like in that example, can be more business oriented, like for example payments, or can be something related to HR activities. So in this case, if I assign to assignment group network, what I'm going to do here, I'm triggering a connection to the service provider through provide stack. So when I'm saving the incident, basically what is happening here, there is a call to the provide stack that is managed by the organization. So you see the record has been baseline, and you have all the traditional information from ServiceNow in the record. But if you scroll down, you have some tabs which are important, like the SLAs. I'm not having here, but I want to go straight to this baseline record. And this is where the proofs coming from the integration with the baseline stack are coming. So for example, here I'm seeing a proof that is the creation of the incident that has been sent, submitted, and accepted by the provide stack. And here I have all the information about the proof. So it's pretty technical for the moment, but I have the information that are sent to the other node, the counterparty, that is the service provider. I have the call that I'm doing, and I have the response from provider. And this is the let's say the proof coming from the provide stack and being baselined on the layer one. And I have the details about this baseline response, including the proof itself. So this happen potentially in every interaction, or there can be some specific interaction that trigger the activity. So for example, if I'm going to raise the impact and the urgency of this incident, you can see that I have to add work notes urgently. You see that the interaction with the provide stack happens again. Yeah, I have a little problem here that I know I can troubleshoot now. But the other part, yeah, it's because I'm on the second node. So the other part of the interaction is coming from the second node. So if I go to the other node, I can open the incident. Sorry, I did it in the other way, 2 and 1. And you see the record is replicated on the other node by the provide stack running in the background. So the other node receive the integration, so to speak, and can interact with that record now and start working on the record. So for example, can categorize the record differently and can save again this record. So each one of these activities is being saved in a baseline record. So in the baseline record, I always have the proof of the interaction. And what is important as well is that when SLAs are triggered, we can baseline as well these activities. So if there is an SLA that is being breached, there is a proof that can be stamped on the blockchain through the provide stack. And actually the provide stack is here and is running as the Docker images. And this is actually the mid server. This is the component of ServiceNow where you can basically run your own processes, and you can use these processes to interact between different systems. So this ends up the demonstration that I wanted to show you. Just to recap, I will take again these slides. So what we are seeing is 2 instances of ServiceNow, and we've seen an integration between the incident management process in these instances that form a work group, and all the activities regarding these 2 environment is being proofed and tokenized on the underlying blockchain. So I hope this gives an idea. What we want to do next is to scale this kind of networks to multiple instances, and potentially there are use cases where even 10 or hundreds of different instances can interact across a common shared process. So I will stop here for the demonstration. I hope it was clear enough. Antonio, if you want to add any comment to that, please feel free.
No, I think this is one of the use case. Again, we're using one application digitize the work. I think that's what we've been doing at the bank. We've been digitizing, helping with the hub service now, and building our own app. So I think we're getting a lot of good foundational things in place to leverage blockchain technology. Thank you. Any questions or? So it's a good question. We have, and Nick is here, he's one of our technical leads. So we do have integrations with other, like Splunk and other vendors. A lot of them could be connectors, just pulling information. Yeah, point to point, we have REST. So if I need to then go and look at what happened in the managed service provider instance, I would need to go in their instance, which we don't have access.
But another big issue, though, I think.
Yeah, they can come back and say we never got it, or SLA's breach. Now putting it there. Go ahead.
That's what I was more or less going to say. Is like, and it's my understanding, through ServiceNow, you can have that integration, but if someone decides at 3 in the morning to just like dismiss the alert or incident, there's no like non-repudiation. There's no non-repudiation.
No proof. Yeah, the proof could be the thing that again external auditors, internal auditors, legal disputes. We won't have to go to managed service instance, which they won't give us access to. So it's a collaborative agreement, right? That now it's tracked in the proof, right? So yeah, yeah, good question. Thanks. Any other question? One more. Go ahead.
So the question. Yeah. So the question is, how does this work in a pub sub environment? Yeah, and this is how the stack works within privacy. As proofs are deposited and notes are essentially nullified. Um, there are events that get emitted in the provide stack that accomplish this pub sub sort of model.
Good question. Thanks. And like I say, for us, this would be one of the first use cases. But as we mature and get to know more, I think there's going to be not only like these enterprise apps, but maybe more critical apps. Like you mentioned, banking.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. If you have to be essentially invited to, or just otherwise privy to the workflow at that stage. But if you are, you can subscribe via the privacy service, and this uses NATs. And what's interesting about that is we could use with NGS, for example. It creates this like globally distributed, like redundant ability for new parties who aren't necessarily privy to the work steps when they happen to catch up later when they are needed. And so that's sort of the value of NGS and then NATS as it relates to the pub sub model. Yeah, that's actually very possible. That's not built into base ledger. So what the guarantee is sort of is that once you get the proofs off the privacy service from that subscription, you should be able to be confident that they already exist in
Hey, Stephen, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good to go when you're ready.
I know the live stream was struggling a bit there, so hopefully this comes through all right. All right. And just to check, you guys can hear me and see my screen? Kyle, can you give me a confirmation that you can hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Awesome. And I can see someone even said on the live stream. All right. Well, I'll try to go a little slow. It sounds like there is like just a little bit of delay. And I think this is meant to be kind of a tag team too, with Kyle and folks jumping in. But what I wanted to go over today was you saw and heard another member from our team, Nate McCurby, present yesterday. And near the end, he talked a little bit about Splunk and what we did in collaboration with Provide. And that ultimately resulted in this dashboard along with a couple other things. So today I just want to show you how did we create this, what's behind the scenes, and why it was just really cool to collaborate with Provide on this. So just a little bit about me. There is, gosh, I don't know, it's been 7-8 years now at Splunk, and really just for me, I'm a data junkie. I've done a lot of different positions, but at the end of the day, I just like trying to make it usable and accessible and appealing to everybody. So this was just a really fun and great experience to do this with Provide. And again, Nate brought this slide up yesterday. And so I'm going to bring this to life, really. You know, we're saying that, hey, it's important to bring logs, metrics, traces, and even the ledger data all together. So what does that look like in Splunk, and how do those pieces come together to build that dashboard that we saw? So, you know, Kyle, feel free to stop me, but I'll just spend about, I don't know, 8 to 10 minutes demoing how that dashboard was built, and hopefully it just spurs some great questions from the group. So, this is Provide's instance right now. It's where they have a lot of their data coming in, both from a metrics and a logs perspective. And it's pretty cool to see that, you know, if I were just to turn this on in a 1-minute real-time window, right? This is production, and there's, I mean, just at any given time, you know, the number of events or logs changes, but right now it looks like we're getting about 72,000 per minute. And when we first logged into this and started collaborating with them, it was all about trying to figure out what's where, what's important, what helps Splunk and Provide be able to figure out, you know, what's important to look at, how can we help them troubleshoot better, what do we need to alert on, because it's a complex system, right? And that's what almost all blockchain platforms are now. There's just a lot of components to it, and what can we do to help keep it up? So it's just, I like to start with the raw data before you show the eye candy, because it really all comes down to this first, and searching for errors and doing a count on those errors, and figuring out, you know, again, what's important to look at first, and from what hosts and so on. One of the other types of data that's coming in is just you know, metric data. So it looks a little cleaner than what you just saw on that syslog, right? But this is all applicable as well. Just how are the containers doing? Just basic things like CPU, memory, that's important. Being able to learn on that we want to take this stuff into account as well. But being able to correlate this between our logs is where the true value starts happening. Some more interesting data, though, is if we started looking at what's embedded in some of the more complex events and logs that's coming in from the provide stack, we see all sorts of crazy stuff. Not necessarily the most pretty either, right? Right now I'm just showing you what things looked like before we clean them up a little bit. Now you can always improve ingestion or try to fix some JSON when it comes into Splunk. But one of the nice things is being able to also fix stuff on the fly or at search time. And so that's what you're seeing here, because sometimes data doesn't play nicely with you. And it's hard to extract value out of some messy looking data here. But after figuring out just a couple ways to clean it up, then it comes in as pretty or a much prettier set of JSON, for example. And now we can start doing some analytics around these things. So here we're seeing actual transactions through provide, and we can start picking out little by little what's important to us, like what kind of events these are. And it was really fun because we started with this not knowing as much around provide as the provide team, of course, but as they started asking us questions, we were able to come in here and start searching for the things that they would care about. So little by little, it was, okay, now I can start pulling out the chain IDs. I can see that there's some different fields in here that are important to them. When we need to start calculating the values and the amounts going through all this, it's all in here. We just needed to figure out how to extract that out before we could do any set of analytics. One of the first dashboards that we then started creating from all that raw data you just saw was very basic container monitoring, just making sure, again, if we're getting some of those CloudWatch metrics and we're combining that with our syslog, can we correlate them together to figure out what kind of errors might be having, what containers are about to go down or could be having issues. Actually, it's kind of interesting to see this blank here. I think that was actually just the feed going down at the moment there. Something you'd want to alert on as well, right? But from here, they could start picking out and filtering on keywords or errors from each container without having to, or each component of their stack without having to necessarily be in that raw search interface. And maybe if there was something very specific, they could zoom in on that particular time and, again, look for what that container or error was. This is just all where it started, and this was more of that system level information, but where it got really fun was also looking again, like what's that business level or that, what's actually going through provide from a transaction perspective. And so once we started pulling out that information and extracting it out, and this is very early on, so we have so many more fun questions that we're going to get to ask, but we haven't got there yet. So I can't wait to continue to work with these guys and figure out, what is the most important things that we can look at and might want to alert on or do some analytics on, or even get to some machine learning. That'll be the fun part. But step one is getting it in, extracting it, trying to make some sense of it, and put it into these dashboards. Now, the really fun one was inspired by getting all this data in one place, getting it into Splunk, taking a look at Provide's and their team's website, and hey, what does this architecture look like? One of the coolest things is if you can blend enterprise architecture with, imagine Visio going live, right? And being able to apply any real-time search or alerting capability to this. So they gave, we worked together. Provide has their architecture, you know, how their stack looks, and you can see this is an early on sketch of what it started looking like when we built it out. You know, it didn't just appear as you saw in that screenshot or what you saw from Nate the other day. So I thought it's always good to show that, you know, it does have to start somewhere, and sometimes it does start ugly. But what it turned into is that final dashboard, which is, I don't know, I like to call it kind of a live infographic. So imagine taking, you know, the components that are meaningful to Provide and what's going through the system. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. Hopefully not too hard to see. Maybe I'll zoom back in. But some of the most important things was going back to that container monitoring dashboard when I see a certain, or when they see a certain amount of errors pop up here. When they were doing testing, obviously you could see this move around a lot, and it was hopefully nice to have one place to figure out, where do I need to look first? What should I alert on first? Am I even getting the data in correctly? And then there's just a ton more metrics that are now more applicable to Provide and baseline in general. And all this is extractable out of those logs. Oftentimes we you know, look at, there's so many events going through there, but there's a lot of hidden treasure in there once you can figure out what's in there. So to show you, you know, this isn't fake by any means. This is all running, and each one of these searches runs well, we actually stagger the time at which they refresh, because if we did all of this in real time, that's not the most efficient thing, right? So a lot of these update every 3 seconds or every 17 seconds. But all the searches that we saw in that raw, when can I drill down into each of these? So they would go to the applicable dashboard or search that gives me more information about these. So can't wait for, and then I guess the last thing to mention is, you know, down here you're seeing, it's pretty cool. There's testing going on, you know, Provides testing with the other test nets, but also what's happening on mainnet. And with, Nate mentioned this yesterday, Splunk Connect for Ethereum, or however you get that ledger data in. It's just awesome to have your security. Those more complex questions when you want to. So that's about all I've got. I think it's, like I said, this has been super fun to work with these guys, and can't wait to, I mean, we're just getting started, so there's so much more to do. And I saw a question on the live stream. Will dashboard show volume available publicly?
Steve,
I
it's been
don't
really fun
see
working
why
with you.
we couldn't make some of a more public dashboard soon. So today this resides, you know, just with Provide. One of the nice things is there is something we call, at Splunk at least, we call it the dashboard publisher. And so, for example, if I go to this website, another little infographic, but also a live dashboard, this is actually published now. So there is no logging into a Splunk instance to get access to this. So I can foresee creating some awesome public dashboards that do just that, Matt. So great question. I think as we figure out what the metrics are to calculate and answer those questions, then we'll be able to create something that could be publicly accessible.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stephen. It's been truly a pleasure to work with you guys too, and keep
I
that going.
will let Kyle or speak and see if there's any questions. Happy to answer, but hopefully you all found that useful.
been really fun to work with you too, man. We've been having some AV issues here today. One of the machines died, so that's why I don't think you were able to hear what I said earlier. But yeah, I mean, awesome work. Splunk is incredible, and those dashboards and just our collaboration has been truly one of the most valuable relationships that we have, and we're looking forward to working together on an ongoing basis. little more complicated than that, obviously, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah, in a very weird way, but yes, you could say that.
It's just everything that's not on chain, right?
Right.
Everything that's not on chain and faster than
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Well, by being not on chain, it's already faster. Anyway.
Yeah, I think layer two also came up as sort of a solution to one of the trilemmas that was proposed as a issue with scaling layer one. You have on one side, you have issues with decentralization where you have some node operators.
Security properties of an L1 minus censorship resistance if you just have one operator, and then it's sort of like it starts to loosen up as you gain more functionality, right? It's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off between more functionality and security. So as you go further out, it's like we're in the outer rim, so to speak, in the belt, you have side chain. of layer one and the assets and the variety of digital assets that are available within DeFi. I think that's a will be a very significant driver, if not the significant driver.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I can also add like a much
pretty interesting, I think, from a decentralized compute point of view, because it tries to solve the issues that you can have with sharding, where you can, where in any shard that you create, you need to have the entire network, even if it's the layer two, all validators validate that. But in this case, you can have an application shard that can be computed or compiled and validated by only a certain set of users who are party to that transaction. Some of these
set of participants validate state transitions and then memorialize that state on chain on layer one. And I think that plays really well into the pattern of aggregating those state transitions into, those exited state transitions into a ZK rollup, and then aggregating those ZK rollups into a ZK rollup. I know Andreas may have more to chime in on that topic.
Yeah, so it's like I think the to me at least the most exciting and promising avenue is or that is emerging is ZK rollups, because it allows you to compress proofs, so proof carrying data into very small proofs, which means you're very judiciously using the available compute and space resources on the layer one, which is a public utility, while at the same time being able to prove entire business processes, right? So imagine a fund, a traditional fund, right, where you have all the contributions, disbursements, and it's like all the transactions, the fractional ownerships of the different assets in that fund, provably uh, um, on layer one, which means you can run an audit of the entire fund with one proof on chain. That to me is incredibly exciting because now you're bringing compliance um, at scale, in zero knowledge, in a decentralized manner that is fully automated, and that to me is sort of like the next step in regulatory compliant DeFi applications. My point of view.
Makes sense.
The privacy aspect of ZK Relic seems pretty exciting to me because businesses don't want to put all their transaction data out in public when everybody can see it, right? So this lets businesses build on a public chain, but keeping their data private.
And not only private, but just where it lives today in its current systems, which is very important.
Yeah. Anyone else? Because there's a lot of developments going on layer 2 space, so it's hard to keep track of them all.
You have obviously the really interesting question is going to be, especially as TVL increases, more and more assets are going on chain, where we'll really talk about capital efficiency, right? And so if you're not in a high liquidity it's like if I do high frequency trading.
You're creating some composability, I guess, around some of these concepts without that lockup, that lockup issue.
So I think a Connex could be an insurance provider, right? So it's like I carry your risk. It's like I provide you with liquidity by basically buying your locked asset, giving you the same asset that I have and you just pay me.
Or yeah,
right?
liquidity can be provided just in time with the proofs, and then sort of dispatched onto the router in real time and settled.
Right. So you can still use the high throughput of optimistic rollups, and you're leveraging a service that is sort of like takes the risk for you that someone is going to dispute the fraud proof. Right.
Yeah,
So
it all depends on the level of risk of the facility, I guess, or their risk tolerance at that point.
Right. So I think those are actually very exciting business opportunities if you really think about it, right? Because especially for someone like Connects, hint hint, because now you can provide that liquidity across
you can provide
across
that.
different. You can provide that. Connects can provide that liquidity and
provide
assurance
and
for us.
connect that.
Provide can
Okay.
connect and provide can,
I'm
and then EY audits everything and says that's all right.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's exactly right. No, but that I think is those this will come up because it's important, right? It's like not having capital locked up is critical.
Exactly.
Yeah, not going to get any pushback here. That would be cool to see.
Hey, go! I just gave you a business idea. Like, come on, it's like
Andres,
get it up and running.
You didn't give us that idea. Get out of here.
Oh, gosh.
Get your ass out of here. Just kidding.
Any other?
Go. I mean, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I think there's a lot of developments going on right now in layer 2 space. We could probably go on for hours. Like any other major ones that people should be thinking about?
One of the ones which is pretty interesting is something that was launched recently by Open Zeppelin, or associated with Open Zeppelin, called FOTA, about 2 days ago or something. What they do is it's more of a security solution on layer 2. So the idea is that you can have scanning nodes which do runtime verification of any of the contract execution on a layer 2. And scan nodes can submit validation proofs to say that these are valid transactions, or if there is a certain lockup period that was, say, unauthorized, or ownership changes have occurred, or bridge balances have been affected. So you can basically run these agents on a scanning pool and then submit them to a different layer 2 network, which is what FOTA is proposing, or proposed in their launch. The pretty interesting part of that is that now independent parties can challenge if there are issues with other layer 2 networks, and then propose this as a security audit or a security form to a different layer 2 solution. So it's pretty interesting that it kind of acts as like a decentralized security audit, but on a different layer 2. And still it connects to the mainnet in the sense that you have to validate the fact that your alerts or any triggers that have been generated are in fact legitimate. So that was a pretty interesting decentralized security solution on layer 2 that was proposed by FOTA. Interesting.
I still
Yeah,
like
I think
my
you're
friends
going to
from.
see a lot of really exciting stuff around proving fraud, and a bunch of different services pop up that do that, because I feel like it's pretty plug and play for the different roll-ups. There's only so many fraud schemes, so.
So I think one other thing, and talk about security and security audits. I mean, I also like what Starkware has been doing with StarkX. Although the actual proofs are way too big, I think the fact that they're quantum compute safe is going to, maybe not now, but in the future, become really important. So I could very well see a combination of these quantum resistant ZK proofs with optimistic rollups, or even it's like ZK snarks together with ZK starks to bridge some of the challenges that you still have with like sizes and so forth. So we definitely haven't seen the end of the composability of different types of layer 2 solutions, which is fascinating on the one hand. On the other hand, it's like a zoo or a jungle is typically not a safe place, and therefore, it's like for enterprises, they kind of like need a guide, and that needs more than a guide with a machete.
It just needs someone to provide, the solutions.
I think we need a bit more structure that for providing those things, and standards around that.
Indeed.
How about the emergence of EVM compatible ZK rollups, where you can easily port your Solidity smart contracts onto the ZK rollup? I think that's a pretty exciting emerging development in layer 2 space.
It's the compiler with a compiler, literally, and so I think it is exciting. It makes things really easy, but as Karthik and you guys know, the devil's in the detail. If you have multiple compilers playing together, right? There's ample opportunity to make mistakes and introduce just simply that the final bytecode is not exactly what you intended, innocently so, right? So correct by construction compilers that are possible, but in this sort of like wrapped way, I think it's their Linux box approach is probably easier than that. But it's good because it's good because you just port your Solidity code over and you're done. So from a developer point of view, it's great. From a security point of view, I would say that it needs a lot more work.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing with everybody coming up with a different EVM-based solution is it's mostly just a growth tactic. Like Solana just released an EVM-compatible situation. Cosmos did. There's ZK EVMs. And I think the reality is there's just so much more tooling, and developers are much more used to the EVM. So that's kind of the first step on the path to getting into more exotic environments. But if you want people to use it now, you're going to have to make it easy. And the easiest way to do that is make it EVM compatible or equivalent.
So that's a perfect segue to the next question, which is about adoption, because so all these layer 2s have been under development for the last few years, but adoption is just kind of starts taking off this year. So Lynn, maybe you can start. What do you think are the biggest hurdles to layer 2 adoption, both technical and non-technical?
That's a good question. I think that it just takes much longer to build a true L2 than it does to just, fork Geth. And so if you look at some of the stuff that Arbitrum was doing and some of the challenges that they've had to overcome, it's a pretty substantial technical lift to create what they've been able to create and translate it back into a way where it's compatible with L1. So I think that that's why we've seen it take longer than expected to get to market, because these rollups have just been pushed back to the point now where ZK rollups are kind of nipping at the heels of optimistic rollups, though I think there's probably more work to be done there as well. Then from a user perspective, I think being a user right now on Ethereum is insanely complicated. It's very difficult. You don't know, there's all of these different flavors of assets for each of the chains. When you move your funds from L1, you've got a nice, all my network is added and I can just search USDC on MetaMask and then that pops up and I got my money. But then as soon as you move to another chain, you lose a lot of that tooling. So when you search and a question we get all the time is, you guys stole my money. I bridged all of this USDC from mainnet to Binance, and now I don't have any. You guys suck. And we have to explain to them that no, actually you have to go into this setting and add in this specific token contract address, and then you'll see that it comes up, but it's not the same between chains. And all of this stuff just needs to be completely abstracted from users because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and if you talk about the enterprise from that context, it's even, I mean, it's just like exponentially worse for all those same reasons, but just having the conservative nature of enterprises added on top of it.
So it's almost like you get a new router for internet, and then each time you do it, you want to set up Comcast, you want to set up. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
That's a good analogy.
Actually, you have to have like 5 routers at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, and they're all different. And they're
all just spaghetti chained together through like the WAN port. And
yeah, exactly. The 2 of the 3 need to be run through the one and then loop back to the other, and it's like
the other thing we see all the time is someone says, okay, great, like I want to move from Polygon to BSC, and they get there and they have no BNB, so they can't do anything with the funds that have been moved there. And so then they have to like go post in all these discords or create a new exchange account and try and get the native base assets so that they can actually do something with the money that they've put there. And again, it's just another hurdle to overcome, and it's a huge pain, and people just won't do it. In Web 2, they talk about minimizing the number of clicks. That's like 50 clicks. That's way too many clicks to get from one chain to another.
It's like in number of forums. It's a forum per network, or a Discord per network.
Yeah,
that you have to.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And then if you're it's just there's a lot more that needs to be done on the wallet side to integrate that. I mean, it's like if you're and we just did this for the demo we did yesterday. It's like ZK proofs and MetaMask don't play well together because you have different elliptic curves, and one's pairing friendly, the other one's not. And MetaMask supports only the non-pairing friendly curve. So it's just one little thing that is like where it's like it just needs to be like really, really ultra simple, and a lot more work has to be done. So you need to have and I think those are real business opportunities. For example, Linda, the examples like you moved it, right, and you don't have the base currency. It's like you shouldn't have to get it. It's like it should come with the transaction. You're just paying a fee for that, such that you have enough base currency to come with it. It needs to be built into the cross not the UX, into the cross chain solution, that you're automatically getting that. If you're selecting it, it's like you want some base currency with it just in case. We don't know whether you got it, but you need it, right? So things like that, interoperability, visibility across different L2, sort of like the Google for the decentralized web. Literally, it's like who has that Explorer build that does the Google equivalent is going to make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, Etherscan is doing a lot of really good things on that front. Now you can see oh, this wallet is active on all of these chains. But I mean, I think the reality is it just takes time to build these things. Even if you're developing on Optimism, still today, but not for much longer, you have to create a different set of contracts and said, okay, I'll do that, but I can't even I'm modifying Open Zeppelin contracts. That's a huge no-no. You shouldn't have to do that.
No.
And then there is no standard Open Zeppelin equivalent that I can use for Optimism. So there's a lot of different smaller things that will bubble up and just compound when you get to the user side, and I can't even imagine the enterprise side.
And then
it's like running different Node.js. It's actually called Node.js, but no, it's actually not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, lots of work still to be done, especially on the usability area. Definitely agree with that. So kind of along the same line, and maybe Andreas, you can start with this one. What are some of the biggest layer 2 challenges for long-term success, or what are the risks that may arise over the long term as activity on layer 2 grows? So maybe we're not seeing these yet, but what are the things that we need to watch out for?
Yeah, you know, we touched on usability, the UX part. If you don't solve that, it can be as great as you want to be. It ain't gonna fly, right? I mean, we've seen many examples of that in the past when it was Web 2.0. But I think because L1s are public goods, right? The way that layer 2 are using L2s is currently very self-centered, right? There is no concept of, well, if this is really successful, what's going to happen, right? So if Arbitrum and, you know, Optimism and, I don't know, like Immutable X and you know, suddenly become like, you know, the Googles of layer 2, you have like, you know, hundreds of billions of TVL, and all of a sudden you're putting transactions, rollups on chain that are big, right? And you're going to hit the gas limit, right? And all of a sudden you don't have 1,000 transactions per block, you're down to 100, and then you're down to 50, and then you're down to 25, right? And so basically, in our attempt to you know, scale and stay decentralized, we're de facto re-centralizing things. You know, it's like both logically, but also factually because of the assets, right? That are being locked. Even if you can move them around, they're just going to be few because, you know, it's like, you know, you have large variety on those large solutions. It's going to be ultra cheap, right? Because there's so many transactions. Yeah, then what? So you end up with like 20 transactions per block where everybody knows where they're coming from. And then you have all the issues around you know, censoring transactions, like, oh, do you want them to be in the next block, or, you know, how much are you willing to pay for that? Because so we're basically back to square one with regard to decentralization. So the careful usage of L1 as a public good is incredibly important. And you know, also the you know, knowing when it's coming from, you know what's in there because you know the transactions. So now you're talking about MEV, right? So it's like your MEV starts to blow up, and per transaction, right? And so that's yet another problem, right? So how can we studiously and carefully use the L1 and get somehow towards lower and lower MEV? So that's really, I see, the, you know, medium and long-term challenge. Sorry, that was a long one.
How is that creating MEV? Can you clarify that?
Well, so if I put $10 billion in one rollup, right? I have a couple of frustrated because I know exactly what's going on unless I use ZK rollups, right?
That's
what
I
know
was
that,
is the
right?
is that the ZKs really come in, and yeah, the biggest risk, you know, is the enterprise reaching enterprise scale and not doing so with ZK rollups, I think. Sorry, Andreas.
Yeah. So no, but the transparency is actually going to be problematic because you know exactly what trades are happening when and in what sequence, and then they're coming in. You know, they have happened as the transactions are coming in. So, you know, if you're going across different L2s and you have large trades that are going to go cross L2s, and the order in which they come in actually becomes important, and someone knows what it is, I can completely pay more to get in, or you have to, you know, you're extracting value from the L2s by forcing them to pay exorbitant fees. You know, hey, I know this is a $10 billion block. You know, I want 100 million of that. Otherwise, it ain't gonna go in, or it's gonna go in at a later point in time, because you know exactly where they're coming from. You know exactly all the transactions that are in there.
I think you'll see more MEV on the L2s themselves than you will on like getting from checking in from the L2 to the L1, because those are already so grouped that the value, the opportunities to extract happen on the L2s themselves, and it becomes much easier to do so because usually there's only one sequencer. So who's going to check you on it? But I would say just in general, to your point, there's the L1 will always be the upper bound in terms of limitations of scalability. So there's, even with all of these L2s coming out, you don't escape the need of having to improve the base layer.
Yeah, but the base layer is constrained, right? And if you know the internet is any guide, right? There will be centralization if you have one compute instance that is very successful because it does what a lot of people want to do or need to be done. It will grow. It will become successful. That is just. I don't foresee how that is going to change. How that rationale is going to change, and then the diversity of transactions, and you're effectively pushing everybody into an L2. There's no more space for L1 projects, right? So you know, you're just it's a crowding out, right? That what you call in behavioral economics, right? You have an unintended crowding out effect.
Right. I mean, I think that rollups will totally blow up the costs of trying to operate on L1 just by the nature of how they need to use it and how much value is in their transactions. So yeah, I don't think you'll see a lot of people using L1 directly. The applications that will use it directly, they better have a very strong need for security, because that will be very expensive.
Yeah, totally. Even with sharding, we still need sharding, but even with sharding, at some point in time, it's going to be expensive. Yep.
Right. I mean, unless you're addressing that somehow, you're just kicking the sharding just kicks the can down the road. You're just kicking the can down the road, right? It's like at one point you need to address the fact that diversity is going to die out, right? It's like if you go back to centralized operators, there are going to be a few winners and many losers. I don't foresee, this has always been the case. I don't foresee how that is going to change.
So I think it's going to be super exciting to see how this plays out in the next few years. And we've talked about some of the challenges. What are some of the things that the layer 2 ecosystem should be doing or working on in order to ensure that layer 2 solutions are viable in the long term as a way for enterprises, especially, but anybody. But we're talking about enterprises here, so let's focus on that. To connect to public blockchains. Anybody who has any thoughts on that?
What was the question?
So what are the things, so we've talked about some of the challenges, like what do people need to be doing? What are the layer 2 projects, developers, the ecosystem in general need to be doing or working on in order to make sure that layer 2 is viable in the long term, especially for enterprises, but for everybody?
Making it easy so that the enterprise developers don't have to understand the like all the economics underneath it, but they can build integrated solutions from those enterprise stacks into onto some sort of just some abstraction layer between the enterprise stack and the L2s is from my perspective.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity for what you can call as clearinghouses that can be there between L2s and L1s, which can play the role of rolling up. They're separate sort of independent, they could be independent service providers, Next could be one, where they can essentially create this kind of a clearinghouse mechanism on a batch by batch basis. It's kind of a retrofit to the banking model, but I think it's somewhat at least on the road to solving how those batches can be universalized to that extent. Sounds
So you're creating the DTCC.
more or less. DTCC.
Yeah, so like DDCC. But it's you know, it's like I think that is I then we can fold. It just becomes like what it was before. You have banks, they just have different names, right? Because they'll touch assets, right? And because those will be securities, it's like you'll have it is just reintroduce everything that you have in traditional finance exactly the same way. Is just like with modern tech, and otherwise it's exactly the same. There's no iota difference.
So what,
Right?
what do people need to be doing to solve the, you know, to solve these problems, like the MEV problem, interoperability problems, the centralization problems? Is there a way to solve these that should be worked on?
I have an opinion about that, but I would like to hear from others. I always have an opinion, but pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that different design patterns need to be established to preserve composability between the different L2s. I think obviously there's a lot of work that needs to be done for interoperability, but you know, that is being worked on. And I think the next step is how do we design these applications in a way where they're still composable across different L2s.
That is, I would subscribe to that 100%. That's why we need standards. We need to start we need to work on just, first of all, just a common vocabulary. I mean, starting with definitions, right? It's like some basic things that you know, the majority of the ecosystem participants agree actually mean the same thing. Number one. Number two, just some very basic stuff like L2 to L1 interfaces. Jesus Christ. I mean, they're like what? Like 50 different types of interfaces. It's like they're all doing the same thing, right? So it's not really as if it's like, so you starting with like small things, right? And then making everybody aware to get some standardization going, and then that everybody can implement quickly. So rather than writing a standard for like a whole stack right away, it's more like agile. I call this like agile standards development. What's the smallest unit of a standard you can produce that delivers value to the ecosystem, right? And then, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think you can actually use the pop-up of different EVM compatible or equivalent environments as a growth. Like that has become a standard. Is it a desirable standard? No, but it's most certainly the standard because it's been adopted by so many people. And so I think that you're going to have a really difficult time achieving standards. The glossary, totally agree. We need a glossary because everybody says things and it's just totally confusing and it doesn't mean the same thing to even people working on adjacent projects, maybe even the same project. But in terms of standards, I think you're going to have to wait until there's like a market winner to really say, okay, this is the standard. People will conform to that because they're trying to adopt their standard to make it easier for people to interoperate, like in the same way that people have started building EVM compatible execution environments.
I would disagree with that. I mean, if you look how TCP/IP was developed, it was not like the winner. In fact, it was not even the most even the most optimal thing, right? Or look at, you know, Jose, terrible. But yeah, it was everybody is like, you know, it's like YDC. But you know, it's like these are the things that they were standards. They were not great, but they did what they needed to do at that time. And then there's new stuff coming out, right? Just because you're creating a standard doesn't mean that that's not can't change in a year or
too, right? So, but there are certain things that I think that everybody can relatively quickly agree upon, like interface definitions, API definitions. What does it mean to push an, it's like those are I think should be doable. And I also think that, what we discussed before, just being aware of what's going on. If you're successful, you could, it's like you can screw yourself, right? It's like in the end, because you become extortable. Totally. So it's like be careful what you wish for. Let's find solutions and that have sort of like a codex of behavior for L2s that say we are agreeing that we're adhering to this. And it's like the so in order to avoid that, the more obfuscation you can create. So clearinghouses make sense if they don't know what they're clearing, right? Because then they're not really fiduciaries, and they're just basically, they're like routers, right? So it's like on the internet, as long as visibility is only at the top layer, we have KYC, AML, and everything else can be proven cryptographically, then that's fine. If you don't know what you're clearing, there's no issue, because you have the liability is carried by the financial fiduciary, which is the actual one where the transactions are visible. So that type of codex, in my opinion, is something that is important to establish and start to popularize, like an agile manifest or something like that. Hence, Tosh, Dan, and I we're starting this layer 2 working group in the EA Oasis community space to achieve that, to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, do you want to plug that or talk about what we're planning to do?
Tosh, what? Go ahead.
Well, so the working group is hoping to get together different layer 2 ecosystem players, both enterprises and sort of layer 2 projects and others to work on standards for layer 2. So as Andres said, first we have to agree on what the words mean. So maybe start with agreeing on what the words mean, then working on standards for layer 2 interoperability, so that they don't become a bunch of isolated silos that can't talk to each other, and so that an application that's developed on one can easily work on another. Interoperability is there's a lot of people working on that now, but it's I say not a very unified effort. And then solving some of the long-term problems that Andrea has mentioned, like risks related to MEV and centralization as well. Did I cover everything?
Yeah, it's like the business requirements, the technical core specs with interoperability and and then also interoperability, and then the long-term issues. Those are the four major work streams in that group. And we're like second half, mid to second half of October. We're shooting for the first meeting.
How are we doing on time?
I was just looking. I think we're great. I don't know.
Do we have any audience questions? I can ask more, but are there any audience questions that people want to raise?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just not clear if there's questions right now, honestly.
Okay. Well, I can bring up one more that I've got, which is sort of, we've talked about different flavors of layer 2, like optimistic rollups and ZK rollups and state channels and such. So a lot of these things are kind of aimed at DeFi applications, and DeFi applications are sort of transparent. Like there's no need for privacy. Well, people might think there's a need for privacy, but they're really not designed to be private right now. So most of these layer 2s are kind of transparent, but enterprises businesses don't necessarily want to put all their data or their transactions in public. So I'm wondering, what do you guys think about the requirements for enterprise layer twos? Like, do they, the enterprises need different kinds of layer twos than what is primarily being built on today, or what the popular ones are today?
Yeah, I think this also goes back to the question of locking up value as well. So enterprises, don't want that. But I think that the approach of generating proofs, aggregating them off chain, obviously, and then creating bundles, ZK rollup those proofs, and then creating ZK rollup bundles of those proofs that don't necessarily affect on-chain token transfers. You know, but represent actual transactions that happen to these businesses and these enterprises, is a very good opportunity, very much a requirement for enterprise consumption and judicious consumption of the L1s at enterprise scale. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, if they want it to be private, they'll have to build something else. That's just not what's being built right now.
But I think the composing those solutions, composing something that does, introduce privacy with those existing tools is a huge opportunity.
I think even roll-ups, how they're defined, I think right now we have seen one. Is a part of a tree. And as a tree keeps growing, it just keeps becoming more and more challenging, and keep having to maintain these shards of sparse Merkle trees and so on. So I think accumulators could be a good approach, something that we could be dived into.
And I think you can totally have these different, more private L2s be plugged into mainnets. I think that's not too difficult to imagine or too difficult to do with the technology that is being built.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think it will start with not necessarily with assets, but just the ability to have these very compact proofs, and you can verify them off chain, because the big the big challenge right now is that the type of proofs, zero knowledge proofs, that can be verified directly on chain is very limited with regard to supported curves. There are EIPs out there, but it's not high on everybody. It's like it's
Also, that's really expensive too.
And it's relatively expensive, but it is going to be absolutely necessary to be able to do that. Because imagine you have it's like imports from China and everything, and you're now we're talking about like fentanyl laced dietary supplements, right? And but that is the mandate of the G7 is digitizing supply chains in 18 months. The requirements of custom organizations is intent to import. So you need to register, right? You need to register products that you want to import. And now you need to prove that everything's fine, right? Without revealing all the information, because the World Trade Organization says that the customs organizations can't just like require it's like all the look into the under the kimono of all private businesses. So how do you square that at scale, right? You're driven towards this type of proof carrying data, where you can chain together proofs where the originators are unknown to the final one, but the entities along the chain know of each other, the one that came before that, and there's a legal liability relationship with that. So the last one that hands over all the proofs is going to be the one throat to choke, right? So that's the shipper and the importer, and they need to know. If they don't know and there's an issue, then they're done, right? I mean, so it's like, but that is coming. It's not a question of if, but just when, whether it's 24 months or 36 months.
12 months.
I think not quite knowing the legislative process.
I like how you thought. I like how hard you thought about that.
That's maybe a little too optimistic, but I know that the regulatory language is being drafted for that type of stuff in more than one country. So there is an enormous opportunity coming right around the corner.
I think we can leave it there, Tosh. Really, really awesome to spend this last hour with you all.
Yeah, this has been great.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, great.
Yep, good panel. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good discussion.
Cheers.
Enjoy.
See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Cheers.
Yeah, we're recording.
Can you join that? And I'll make sure that you're.
We're in. The last two panels. Muting. Now we're unmuting.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you.
Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I
The
don't know why
whole
this
place
went
can
on
hear you,
my.
Ajit. No problem. We're good.
God. Hey, can you hear me?
We can just take. You got a minute or two though. No problem.
Okay, I thought this was with Stanny. Nick, I can't hear you.
So did we. Audio, turn on. Our audio is going out to the whole conference, just so you
Okay.
know.
Right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there was nothing on my calendar, but I'm happy. I'm great. It's really good to be here. How are things in Atlanta?
Great, actually. Great audience, a great crowd. The energy is good. Happy hour started like an hour ago, so we miss you.
Yep. Got it. I have so many jokes, but I can't make them on the public channel.
No, that's not appropriate. Now is not the time for those jokes.
Absolutely.
It's all good. You can let them fly here.
Yeah, that's what they say.
We're all watching. The world is watching. All right, should we get started? Yes!
Hey, I was in my bed actually when I saw this message.
I knew when I texted you.
Yeah.
And I looked
Yeah, I
at
was
the
gonna
time,
go
I'm
to
like,
bed.
I'm going to bed. He's still in bed.
Yeah.
It's tough getting older. I know. Trust me, I'll be in bed by 11:32.
Yeah, we had 2018 and 2019, man. We all got older in those years.
That's right. That's right. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate you rolling out of bed and talking a little bit of enterprise DeFi with us, Ajit.
Yeah, absolutely. And should ask your president to revoke this COVID thing because we've been trying to get to Gunland and we can't make it.
I'll do what I can. I'm not sure Biden will take my calls, and Harris is not a big fan of my dad, so it's all good.
Yeah, worth a shot.
Yeah.
You ready for some zingers around DeFi?
Absolutely.
If I adopt you, Ajit, then you're an
got
American
some-
citizen. You could just, you could come on over. That's
Sorry?
my son. I'll adopt you.
You will?
Sure, why not?
All right. Will you adopt all of us or just me?
It's just well, I'm gonna adopt
It's
you. I guess I
expensive.
can bring your family too, huh? Yeah, your kids are cute.
Yeah,
like
all
the
the
dog.
keys are with my wife, so.
Oh yeah, okay, then I'll adopt her.
He's got a sweet e-bike for you.
She's got the 24 words.
Yeah. So for the rest of the audience that might be listening to us talk and socialize, Ajit and I have known each other for almost 4 years. We've worked together at Consensus. We helped start Consensus Software Inc. and get all of that launched. So it's good to see you, Ajit, and I miss seeing you in person. We've had a lot of great time together.
Yeah, it was fun, and there was this joke going around on Twitter today about how A16Z is hiring everybody and how that's like Consensus 2.0.
Maybe we have an in then.
You never know. I
Close
mean,
to my house.
If I make enough jokes on Twitter, I might get hired. So.
Well, you're part of the Dow gang, so you can work for anybody.
Absolutely, totally. Yeah, we work for the whole society.
Should we go ahead and get this party started?
Yes, please.
Take it away, Jack.
First question's to you, Ajit. What are some of the benefits for enterprises moving to DeFi in your eyes?
Yeah, so I think it's not. You asked for zingers, and here is one. It's no longer about enterprise blockchain. It's about blockchain enterprise, right? So wow, how did I come up with that one? So I think the big idea, what you see with DAOs and the whole coordination in decentralized organizations is that what enterprise looks like is changing, right? So so Nick and I did a fair amount of work on selling these private blockchain thingies to companies for a while, and they weren't, they did buy, we did sell some big ones, But the value proposition hasn't been too clear for most of those. And with public blockchain, with public permissionless blockchains, with decentralized autonomous organizations, which are really starting to become a reality, we are seeing institutions get more and more involved in the governance of DeFi protocols and other, open permissionless organizations. So I think there is this view of enterprise blockchain, which is which we had to live with for a while because the market wasn't ready at the time. And if you went and talked to a bank in 2017, 2018 and said, hey, you guys need to use public Ethereum, I think you got thrown out pretty quickly. Now we're not in that shape, right? So now I think public blockchains, with some of the work that's going on with Magic Bus, that John Wolpert and others started, and there's quite a bit of stuff that's going on with with protocols like Aave, where not just individuals, but quite a few hedge funds, family offices, VCs, and there are some banks on our developer Discord now. So are really getting involved. And I think that's probably the direction to think in, right? It's not so much enterprise blockchain, but how we can use public permissionless blockchains as coordination mechanisms on the internet to sort of define what enterprise looks like in this Web3 future. Even if it sounds abstract, I think that's where we are headed now.
Well, even if enterprises aren't implementing blockchains, Ajit, the DeFi space is certainly effectively lowering the cost of some of these financial capabilities, right? And kind of lowering the bar so more companies can take advantage of them, right?
Yeah.
Do you see that on your side as well?
Yeah, so we do a lot of education and advocacy work, as in Stani, myself, Rebecca, quite a few of us on the team. I mean, as a decentralized protocol, I mean, there is no BD to be done, right? Aave is open, it's public, permissionless, it's out there. If Fireblocks want to deploy a permission market, which is what they're doing now, they can do that. If Centrifuge want to deploy a permission market for real world assets, they're doing that today, right? And that's as enterprise as it gets. So quite a few of the world's largest crypto native or crypto aware hedge funds are already using the Aave protocol. So it's that barrier between crypto and enterprise has effectively dissolved and will continue to dissolve. So I think we have got to a point where this whole private blockchain idea, it was very useful for a while. It might still have some applicability, but that's not really where the value and the action is. And I think there's also a broad recognition of that idea right now. So what are the sort of things people are building? I gave you 2 examples, right? And then I think what's happening is, there's going to be more composability in permission DeFi protocols. So once Aave Arc deploys, you saw the MakerDAO proposal from SocGen to mint DAI using Euro bonds as collateral. I mean, that's pretty. I love it. I totally love it. And then where are those DAI going to go? So they're going to go into the Aave protocol, right? And that's the composability that this whole DeFi infrastructure is creating. This on-chain infrastructure is creating. And so enterprises, Visa is writing that state channel-based payments protocol, and we couldn't have imagined this 2 years ago. But then there's always that inflection point where enterprises realize that individuals are already here, and there is no such thing as an institutional blockchain or an institutional database or institutional potato. I mean, wherever consumers go, there is value, and then wherever there is value, institutions and enterprises follow. So we saw this with smartphones. There was a long time when JP Morgan said, no, we're going to have Blackberries, these are more secure. And then suddenly iPhones became more secure. So I think we're seeing that with Ethereum now. And the narrative has completely shifted. So sorry to just blabber on a bit, but I think this whole enterprise blockchain narrative that Hyperledger and R3 guys propagated has kind of outlived its utility, and it's really time to move on and look at the Web3 native stuff that's being built. Now there is another angle to this, right? Which is there is a bigger Web3 Internet of Value story with artists, with creators essentially starting to create an on-chain creator economy. You're not going to serve that economy with Swift rails and bank accounts and whatever that is.
Right.
So legacy infrastructure, financial infrastructure is just not in a position to serve that. It just doesn't work. I mean, this stuff, protocols like Aave, all of the smart contracts that Uniswap guys and other Sushi and others have built, those will get integrated directly into games like Aave Gochi, Axie, and whatnot. And games are just the first, in that whole broad Web3 economy, and it was the same story with Web2. So what we are really starting to see is DeFi as a primitive that really starts to power a whole Web3 economy, and that's enterprise. That's as enterprise as it gets. Warner Brothers is on it, Coca-Cola is on it, McDonald's is on it. So I don't know what we are even talking about anymore. There is only one blockchain, and that's the enterprise blockchain. Sorry to be a bit of a maximalist on that one.
Yeah, that's very well said. And as you've seen kind of the conversation get heightened from a regulatory perspective, and certainly in Washington and abroad, of course, have you seen an appetite being maturated in regards to the acceptance of public blockchains?
It takes some, the different people learn at their different speeds. So there are quite a few people in DC is run by 70-year-olds, and no offense. And a lot of those guys probably don't hang out with their grandkids much, right? I mean, so what they need to do is some of the folks need to realize is that who is actually going to be in charge of the world 10 years from now or 20 years from now, and it's hopefully not the gerontocracy we're looking at, right? So, but at the same time, we also need to have a bit of empathy and meet the people where they are. So there is no point in saying, hey, there's this amazing loot project, and or the end project, and oh, look at what's going on in the metaverse with Decentraland and whatnot. So I think it takes some education and some empathy, right, to sort of have a meaningful, productive conversation. So far the crypto industry has been saying, leave us alone because we are innovating. That doesn't fly. At the same time, the gerontocracy has been saying that we'll just take the rules from 1934 and apply them to what's going on in 2021, I think. I think there is some meeting in the middle. So we very proactively engage, as at Aave, at the DeFi Education Fund, the Blockchain Association, and all of the, our community. We very proactively engage with regulators and policy institutions. Sometimes we get a very positive reception and answer and a very productive conversation. Sometimes it takes a bit longer, right? Sometimes it's like, oh no, these are the rules. That's it. Take it or leave it. And yeah, sure. I mean, but I think there is an intergenerational change. We can't expect everyone to move at the same speed, but at the same time, the internet is out of the bag. You can't put it back in. So you can't just wait for permission before you innovate, because then you will never innovate. So that's what enterprise blockchain was about, right? How do we sort of retrofit this new technology into what banks are comfortable with? All right, there was a need for that at some time. Now we're seeing the same thing with policy and regulation, where there is a school of thought which is, let's just take whatever we have always had and copy paste it. Now, what we would like to see is regulators, policy institutions, everyone essentially probably show up in the Ethereum dev conferences, like right now. Hang out with the devs, join the DAOs, apply for a grant, hang out in the Discord channels, hire more devs, and see what we can build, right? I mean, there's no reason we can't build better reg tech. There's no reason why we can't achieve better, outcomes in terms of consumer protection with the tech we have, with more transparency and so on and so forth. So I think we just not having a production. We're just trying to have a more productive conversation than we've always had, which is the Bitcoiners going, oh no, let's just have a revolution and work through everybody. That's not productive. And then so I think now the crypto has also matured, and it's a much more grown-up conversation, and we are sort of very happy to be part of that. So short answer is yes, there is definitely a lot of acknowledgement that there is a lot of innovation, and there is a lot of value here. But there is also a legitimate concern that I mean, when people go around on Twitter and start talking about rug pulls as if that's a completely acceptable and normal thing, obviously that's not going to fly. So there is probably a an opportunity to raise the standards and set some standards also, right? Which is right. What do we want to achieve, and how do we make it happen together? And that's also some of the objectives around consumer protection, market transparency, and so on and so forth. So I think we're starting to see grown-up conversations now.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of this play out with like Compound over the last few days, right? When they upgraded their service and had that little bit of leakage, and now they're trying to figure out how to bring that back, and it's interesting.
Yeah, and look, it's the Citibank fat fingered $1 billion, right? And
right.
I mean, so Compound, I mean, this is a 3-4-year-old protocol, very young. Citibank has been around, and have a massive budget, and there's enterprise and secure. I mean, no offense to Citibank, I love, the brand and everything, but these things, I mean, how many times Evergrande just went down, Lehman Brothers went down. So if we just shut down innovation every time there is the smallest, issue, we will probably, I think we should just shut down the economy in that case, and
we'd still
and just go home.
Tablets to record our ledger, right?
Yeah. Well, what's there need to do anything, right? Let's just all push paper all day round. I mean, I don't think that's the outcome anyone wants to see. So there is that's the sort of sensible conversation that needs to be had more and more.
I think Ajit hit on a number of these points, Nick, but just maybe you could elaborate a little bit more. What benefits do you see that DeFi can provide that the traditional system can't?
Ajit talked on a few of them, right? Lowers the barriers to entry, makes it more transparent, and ultimately opens up new opportunities. A lot of the things that we're seeing in DeFi today replicate, as Ajit pointed out, some of the traditional things that have been happening, right? Commercial paper, things of that nature, right? So if we can lower the barriers to entry and open those same capabilities up to smaller companies and make it more inclusive, and then through DAOs and some of the community-oriented aspects, get them involved so they have a greater stake in their own outcomes, it's going to be better for everybody.
Yeah, and we had this conversation at the Bank of England a month ago, and so the systemic risk and financial stability are huge topics for central banks, right? And now, one thing we know, and I think the central banks acknowledges that lack of transparency is a major source of financial crises, right? I think it's Lehman's recovery was actually quite a bit stronger than people anticipated, right? The asset quality wasn't bad. The Lehman didn't deserve to go down. But at the same time, markets keep freezing. Repos, in the repo markets and in the debt markets, there is often, even in spite of healthy assets backing some of the institutions, markets completely freeze, and that leads to, that's the biggest source of systemic risk. It's really the information inefficiency. And so even just before Evergrande went down, like 2 months before Evergrande went down, there were some very large financial institutions aping in, to Evergrande debt, and that's just lack of transparency, right? And if with this sort of with Aave, that's impossible. I mean, with Aave, you can see everything on Nansen all the time, on on Dune Analytics. So then people are building dashboards. There's also this aspect of permissionless innovation where people are innovating without asking anyone in the Aave team or whatever. People just go build really amazing stuff, and sometimes if they need resources, they apply for a grant through the DAO. Now that sort of, I mean, if that doesn't excite somebody, then I mean, I think there is probably a need for another conversation, right? Where you sort of start to show some examples. And we don't, there's a lot of chatter about, the risk in this and risk in that. Sure, there are risks, right? I mean, we can't ignore that there are risks in DeFi, and as there should be. It's such an early, DeFi is barely 4 years old, and if I mean, accepting Bitcoin and Ethereum, but if there are no risks in DeFi at this stage, then I think we're not probably innovating fast enough. So I think it's time to sort of reframe the conversation around opportunity, and the opportunity is really in everything you said, right? Can we bring more consumers into the financial system by reducing the cost of the system, by more automation and transparency? Can we, create more transparent, less risky from a systemic perspective, more automated infrastructure? On 19th of May, the DeFi blue chips didn't go down, right? The centralized systems went down. So I don't know why anyone thinks that this new system is more risky than what we have today. I could just go on and on, but
yeah, I think it's mostly the unknown, Ajit. The regulators
it's just
are
new.
Yeah, it's new, exactly, and
right.
because it's new, it's unknown, and as they become more familiar with it, it should become
Takes
less
time.
risky in their minds. Yeah,
Absolutely, and hopefully, Nick, hopefully people like you and me can and Jack can bridge the gap between the 30-year-olds that are building amazing things and the 70-year-olds that are trying to punish them for innovating or whatever it is.
exactly.
That's true.
I think the rate of innovation, as you were mentioning, is just so accelerated that it's really kind of we're bridging into something that we haven't seen before, and the composability and kind of the money Legos that are being built is what enables that. And yeah, it's really just accelerating the innovation as never really seen before. And I wanted to ask you, Ajit, how do you see that the current banking system most effectively bridges to DeFi, and why is that so important?
Yeah, so banks do, what we have seen with fintech is that banks are doing distribution, right? So there are two things. One is banks are, so how do you distribute the technology and the infrastructure that DeFi has created, right? I think that still requires someone to sign a contract with the customer, someone to essentially, provide appropriate disclosures and suitability. So the way we see DeFi is it's software, right? And that software is creating infrastructure that still needs, the whole
ramps and off ramps, yeah,
on ramps and off ramps, and maybe product innovation at the customer facing end, right? And that's the role of fintech to wrap this infrastructure into, let's say, yield enhancing products, to essentially deal with customer fiat or customer contracts, to know who the customer is, to offer the right sort of yield products or the right sort of risk reward ratio based on suitability considerations and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I don't think there is too much intermediation, right? There is a pendulum going on here, which is we've gone too centralized, so we need to decentralize. We've had too much intermediation and rent-seeking behavior. We need to move away from that. But to assume that we're going to ever hit one extreme or the other completely would be a bit of a stretch. So now with things, we're seeing more and more of that with uncollateralized borrowing protocols. We're going to see more and more of that with some of the permission work Maker are doing, some of the work we've done on Aave Arc. I mean, we're going to see a lot of that, right? So I think there is this balance, and I think the role of institutions is in first of all in distribution, secondly in governance, right? So if this infrastructure really becomes goes from 150 billion to the 90-100 trillion, that's at stake in the financial system, then we're going to need institutions, we're going to need a lot of lawyers. I mean, there's always going to be a role, but it'll be a lot more efficient than what is there right now. I think that's really important. We can't run the future with paper and auditors.
And I think the opportunity to build financial inclusivity in these ecosystems is something that produces new yields in assets. And as a result of that, institutions will continue to see the opportunity of that and continue to be more comfortable and welcome that as part of their kind of way in which to do business and offer to their customers. That's something that we continue to see, internally here, the opportunity to build better financial inclusivity and to align the participants within these ecosystems more effectively. That is something that's really unrivaled that the traditional system hasn't really been able to offer at this point. So one more thing.
The traditional system has had its successes for a while, right? So there was a time when Swift was a huge improvement. There was a time when CLS was a huge improvement. So it's not that this is the first time any technical innovation is happening in this space. But I think what happens is, there is this ossification, and rent-seeking intermediaries just get licenses and lock everyone else out, and then they start lobbying in DC to stop innovation. And that's not just happening in the banking industry. That's also happened in the tech industry, where very large Web2 companies keep acquiring WhatsApp, and I mean, look at the series of acquisitions Facebook and Google have done, right? So there are many ways to kill innovation, and political bargaining and acquisitions. There is a whole series of things, and at some point, there is a role for tech, there is a role for markets, and there is a role for policy and government too. You can't stand on any one of these three legs and say, tech will solve everything, because it won't. So I think art is to innovate, and with innovators like Stani and Rune and others. I mean, these guys have built incredible stuff, and it's hard, right? It's so early, and it's really hard. Now the question is, what do we do around policy infrastructure? Do we just copy and paste what we had 70, 80 years ago, or do we sort of, do no harm, right? So, and that's how we got here with Web2, when with Bill Clinton and Al Gore saying, do no harm. So I think we need that do no harm philosophy and doctrine back in Web3 also, and then it's to create an environment where we can innovate. But there also needs to be more governance around. It can't be free for all. And I think one of the things that I think Stani and some of the others have done is they've really raised the standards in this space, right? So they've stood for making sure that even Compound and others, right? I think just good conduct, good behavior, setting the right tone, making sure the code is secure as much as possible, decentralizing aggressively and over time. I think there are lots of good things that can be said. Not randomly shilling tokens on Twitter and things like that. So there is lots of good behavior that's some of the leading DeFi protocols and their founders have done, and I think that needs to be recognized, and I think that needs to be the standard for the rest of the space, right? So there is so much good stuff that I think the space can learn from.
One's right there, but there's other. I don't trade, so
Bleeding over into the next. We're bleeding over to the next.
No, so I think it's all about standards, and if we start to set the right standards, right, then hopefully we can have more of these productive conversations with everybody.
Agreed.
Jack, it's been terrific. Thank you so much for rolling out of bed and being so excited.
Thank you so much, guys.
Quick little point before we leave off. Where does it go from here? What excites you as far as where anything that Ave's in particular working on, or yourself, like where does it go from here?
Yeah, so I'm focusing on the permission market, right? I spend all my time with hedge funds, banks, and we have lots of questions. Aave is building a lot of stuff in the Web3 space now. Stani has been talking about decentralized social media. There's quite a bit with the ITO protocol that I think you can go to ito.com and see for yourself. This is ito.com and this is ito.xyz. On the fintech side, so in the Aave sort of setup, there are 2 or 3 different entities, and there is a fintech entity which is starting to build some really cool stuff. I think the whole Web3 metaverse narrative, right, the Internet of Value narrative, where DeFi is, but there is so much, it becomes absorbed, is really exciting. But sometimes even we don't know, as a team, everything that's going on in the ecosystem, and the best way to do it is to find out is to be on our Discord channel and on the Telegram channel. And it's just, the level of innovation is absolutely unbelievable. It's just so beautiful.
Nicole, turn that question to you. What excites you? Where does it go?
Well, I think Ajit hit with all the innovation that's coming. I'm actually looking forward to kind of the regulatory stuff, finally getting out in the open, actually hearing the regulators talk about it and talk about it in a hopefully intelligent way and seek to understand more. I think it's going to be a good thing for the industry, and the companies like Aave and Maker and others that are doing the right things and leading by example, I think are going to benefit a lot. So it's going to be an exciting time.
Yeah, we need to invite the regulators to all the developer conferences, I mean, we need to hang out more together.
Exactly. Speaking of hanging out more together, Ajit, I'd love to hang out more with you. So we've got to figure out how to get
Likewise.
you to the US, or I'll come visit you in France.
I think.
Yeah, the COVID restrictions are about to, be lifted. So see you in California.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and I think ETH Lisbon's coming
Yes,
up.
sir.
Ave's going to be
Yes. And we're going to do a rave. It's we're not participating. let me know.
Very good.
I'll try and
Ajit,
put in a good word for you.
Thanks, Tajit.
Cheers.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so
Get
much.
back to that. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks. Have a good one. Cheers. Bye.
Dude.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Hey, hey, hey.
How's Atlanta, Nader?
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We were going to do this live, and we had some audio stuff going on, so I'm now joining you all virtually in Atlanta. Okay, cool, cool. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and kick this discussion off. So, you know, do you want to kind of give an intro to each person here? Maybe start with Kevin.
Sure. You're asking me to start with an intro? Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
And then we can discuss an intro to the topic and start talking about that.
Sounds good. Hey everyone, I'm Kevin Owaki. Happy Saturday. Happy EthAtlanta. I'm the founder of Gitcoin. I have half the charisma of Austin Griffith. Woo. Happy to be here talking about public goods. Public goods are good. Our mission is to support open source software developers and make sure that they have a business model so that they can get coins for their work on open source. So that's what I'm up to. Open source software is a public good. I guess I'll pass it back to you, Nader, for an intro of the topic.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Nader, and I work with Edge and Node and also Graph Protocol. Been in this space for about 5.5 months, and one of the things that I like the most about the Web3 space is how a lot of different protocols and teams are actually, making learning materials and things like that available for free, and also building things that other people can use for free. And I think that's one of the things that I like the most about this space. Austin being one of those people.
Word. What's up? I'm Austin. I'm a builder on Ethereum. Working with both these dudes in different ways. Trying to build a bunch of generic components and tools and tutorials in the ecosystem. So it's kind of like the Build Guild and the Moonshot to me are kind of like these public goods in themselves, that they are public goods for they're like public goods dev shops kind of. So we're building lots of cool public goods and funding mechanisms and governance experiments and generic components and tools, and we're just trying to push a whole bunch of those forward at once and have lots of really cool composable elements for the ecosystem, and then kind of use those tools to fund public goods. So that's why I'm here. Excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
So if someone was to ask for a definition of what a public good is, what would be a good answer to that?
Someone asked me the other day, like, what are the top like 10, 20 favorite public goods? And it was really hard for me to be like, oh man, I don't like, where do I even go? And really, when I think about public goods, I think about the Gitcoin grants funding round and all of those in that list. I feel like that's probably one of the first like assembled lists of what we could call public goods. To me, yeah, I see Kevin going for it. Give us a definition.
No, I'm just confusing you by tapping the mute button while you're. Public goods are goods that are non-excludable and non-rivalrous, which just means basically you can't stop someone from consuming open source software. And the fact that Austin downloaded Scaffold ETH doesn't stop me from downloading Scaffold ETH. They're non-rivalrous and non-excludable. As a category, that's what public goods are. I think that's what you asked. Is that right? Or were you asking for your favorite examples of public goods?
I was asking for a definition. So that's a really helpful definition. And while you're on the topic, though, what are some of your favorites? I know for me, Scaffold ETH was definitely one of the ones that got me kind of started in this space. You know, when I sent a tweet out when I was exploring this space, I was like, who should I follow? And the first person that anyone commented was Austin, and then a few others did as well. So yeah,
nice.
Everyone is aware of all the awesome stuff you've been doing. So yeah, some of the stuff that he was doing got me started. There's also a few YouTube channels that kind of helped me out, but those are kind of less along the lines of I would say what we're talking about, because some of those people are trying to monetize some of their stuff. I think
One of the big differences between Web 2 and Web 3 is that even though there are a lot of Web 3 pieces of content and tools and stuff that people are monetizing, there is a huge movement stuff and make it available for free via protocols and stuff like what Gitcoin is doing because of the aligned incentives. And it's really cool to kind of be able to create all of this massive, troves of content and helpful educational material and make it accessible. One of the things that I tweeted out today was Patrick from Chainlink created a 16-hour course and put it on YouTube for free. It's been viewed over 340,000 times, and it's only been out for like 3 weeks. Now, he could have easily created that and put it on Udemy and made millions of dollars for himself, probably. But instead, he's working with Chainlink.
It cut out there a little bit, Nader, I think, or at least it did. Us Coloradans couldn't quite catch all of that.
Okay, my bad. Well, I was just saying, I just love seeing stuff like that,
When I think of like a tool or a tutorial, same thing, Patrick's tutorial, that to me is like a really good example of a public good. Like we could put out a whole tech tree of all the things you need to learn to speed run Ethereum and all the different gotchas. And no one company, no one's going to benefit from that, right? Like it's a thing that raises all boats, and a thing that raises all boats is hard to like get one boat to chip in on, right? And so then we have this big coordination problem of how do we get everyone to chip in to fund these public goods. And maybe Kevin can tell us kind of some of the adventures of figuring out how to fund public goods and what have been some of the gotchas and some of the home runs.
Totally. Well, I mean, I'm happy to speak a little bit about it, but I'll just say that Gitcoin has supported $35 million worth of open source funding in its lifetime. But there's actually like the stat is like $400 billion per year in economic value is created by open source software. So like we're just scratching the surface, I think, of what crypto can do to fund public goods. And we use like 1, 2, 3 orders of magnitude growth before Gitcoin's, I think, really accomplishing its mission in full. And so we are standing on the shoulders of giants at Gitcoin. We have this algorithm called quadratic funding, which basically gets over the free rider problem of like, why would I contribute to this public good when I can just free ride, by doing this thing called quadratic funding. And basically the way quadratic funding works, and Vitalik Buterin, Glenn Weil, and Zoe Hitzig are the ones that invented that. I'm just like the guy who put like a neon hipster web interface on it. So like I'm just bringing it to the world. It's their idea though, is that basically like if 2 grants both receive $100, but the second grant received it from one person and the first grant received it from 100 people, then the first grant will get way more of a matching pool that's deployed contemporaneously with the crowd fund. And what that does that's important is that the preferences of the poor and the many outcompete the rich and the few. And that's powerful because it gives you an incentive to just give $1 to your favorite public good, and they can get like $75 in matching. So it gets you over the free rider problem. So that's what's powerful about quadratic funding. There are other really great ways of funding public goods out there. Quadratic funding is just one of them. And I hope to see a whole ecosystem of regen finance projects that fund public goods come out of the next market cycle. So yeah, that's sort of my take on it. Gitcoin grants, I think our most recent round deployed $2.5 million to open source projects in the space. So we're just starting to hit a scale where the data is really interesting coming out of that. And yeah, quadratic funding is magic in a lot of ways.
One thing that kind of, when we talk about that algorithm and we talk about the voice of the many coming out, there is this enemy of public goods, public goods enemy, this public goods enemy that is civil resistance, right? Like if you can attack in a like if you can create 20 accounts and put $1 toward yourself with all 20 of those accounts, then you've kind of broken that system. And I think that's probably
Totally.
one thing we could call the enemy of public goods right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as someone who grew up in the 90s with public enemy number 1 being a meme, I feel like you just coined a new meme. Public goods enemy number 1, Austin. is Sybil attacks, which just basically means you make up identities. And you know, if we really want to move this ecosystem to more democratic, we have to go from one token, one vote to one human, one vote. If we're going to do that, then we need a definition of what a unique human is and a way to implement that. So civil resistance is an ongoing area of research. Gitcoin's philosophy is just that
So I'm over here. Where would you rather me be? You want me in the middle? All right. Looking great. We need to stay behind the orange line. That's very important. Oh, is that it? That's the feedback loop. Speaker over there. All right. All right. Want to kick it off? Who's kicking it off? I'm gonna go first. Yeah, you should kick it off. I'll kick it off. Yeah, you kick it off, and you I'll set the intro. You not community. All right. All right. All right. Thanks everyone for being here. How you doing? All right. So we're going to talk a bit about the Ethereum ecosystem, which is exceedingly difficult because defining the Ethereum ecosystem is borderline impossible. It's always changing. There are many different constituencies, and it's no longer one thing. So we have a couple of folks up here from a couple of different, let's say, communities within the ecosystem, and we're going to talk about where they came from, some of the folks that they touch, and where they think that the ecosystem, the technology, and everyone in between is going. My name is Joseph Schweitzer. I work with the Ethereum Foundation doing communications and public relations work. This is Dan Shaw, and Dan's with EF as well. I'll let him introduce himself and take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, so like Joseph said, Dan Shaw. I am advisor to the Ethereum Foundation, and I help support the enterprise community. So, do we want to get Dan in before I do my big spiel?
No, I think we should just go ahead and do it, and
all right.
go down like this.
I work with the big enterprise folks that are leveraging Ethereum, Microsoft, EY, JP Morgan Chase, and help them get the support and connective tissue that they need to adopt and use effectively Ethereum, and especially their interest in being a part of Ethereum public mainnet.
Do you want to talk about your background just a little bit and the relevance to today?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So in terms of background, I'm a bit of an odd person out. I come from a decade of emerging technology where, for the past decade, commercialized a technology platform called Node.js. So, very early community member there, and in this sort of group of anarchists and hippies, that created the platform. I eventually went on to take Node to the enterprise. So taught Netflix, PayPal, Walmart, Nike, NASA, how to use this technology and bridge the worlds of startup folks network's point of view, and then we have all these huge companies that see the value of leveraging Ethereum, and part of what I do is translate out to the enterprise and help them understand what the value of Ethereum. But the other half of what I do is translating the enterprise back to the Ethereum Foundation, and there I help folks understand that there may be a community member that's working at a large institution, but that individual isn't monolithic. That individual maybe isn't they may be very passionate about Ethereum, but in order for them to succeed, they've got to convince 20,000 other people that Ethereum's the right thing. So they need resources and support, and they may seem like they're coming from these huge, powerful organizations, but they're at the heart of it, individuals too. Bit of skill, and it's been a great joy to be able to work with the EA, which is a dedicated member org that I get a chance to partner with a lot. Dan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Do you want to give any more background or history, Joseph, before?
Sure. And then I'll hand off to Dan Burnett, who is also here, but I failed to introduce, and just running right to Dan Shaw, who is the the Executive Director of the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance. My name is Joe Schweitzer, and I do public relations and communications work with the Ethereum Foundation. That is not to say that I do protocol support for Ethereum itself, but specifically on the EF side. I have a different perspective that is, if you're a hobbyist and you just are watching or hanging out here wondering if there's a place for you in the ecosystem, there is far more demand than there is supply for decent folks, and there's a lot to do. So I have a background in political work. I didn't come from blockchain. $8 hours a day on ETH Finance, which was then ETH Trader, and kind of phoning it in at the office. So, like I'm sure some of you, I started volunteering around conferences, just seeing where you might be useful, and was shocked to learn that as a lot of folks in the enterprise had to learn the hard way, you had a ton of hobbyists, researchers, and developers building something that has incredible potential among themselves, and it's like an accidentally kept secret at first, because I like to say to people, and I've probably said to some folks in this room, you've got projects based on science and projects based on hype. And a lot of the times, the projects that are based completely on science forget to do anything that might look like hype, because it may look at first like it does a little injustice or could delegitimize some of what they're building. So they just build. And because of that, there are some gaps to fill. So without much of a set of intentions, I fell into this current role and wanted to see what gaps I could potentially fill. Today I do a bit of whatever needs to be done. This is internal to the EF teams, external to some of what you see on like the EF's blog, some of the developer releases, some of the organizational releases, and wherever they need a hand, some event organizing if you've been to a DevCon, relationship management between more in-industry teams, and incoming media requests. If you're trying to talk to a researcher or somebody at EF and you've been told no, I take the blame. And as for the current day, things are kind of shaping up because everybody has their own reason to be using the technology, and it's become hardened in a way. And as you know, L1 sort of ossifies over time, groups, enterprises, all types of teams are becoming a little more interested in playing with what's been built. So it's been a lot of fun to watch along the way. That's a little bit of background. I'm happy to expand in a bit, but for now, I will finally toss to Dan Burnett.
All right, thanks a lot, Joseph. So yes, my name is Dan Burnett. I'm the Executive Director of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Enterprise Ethereum, okay, anyway. So Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. So I'm gonna give a little bit of background too, and we talked briefly beforehand and decided that we wanted to begin with our backgrounds because for every one of us, the perspectives that we have, that we bring to Ethereum today is what really makes our contributions so valuable. In my particular case, so I started as a very technical person. Actually, I started as a programmer. I started programming like probably many of you at 10 and just adored it. And so, went on from there, went through to get a math degree because there was no computer science program at the school I was at, but did go on to get a PhD in computer science. And that was using neural networks for speech recognition. So it was a lot of fun. It was what is today called machine learning. Back then, it was when neural networks weren't cool yet, but it was amazing already what they could do, and that's nothing compared to what we see today. However, what I realized from doing that was that I didn't want to do research. So I finished the PhD, and then started working for, I worked for a couple different companies, but the interesting bit was that I was working for a company called Nuance in the Bay Area. This was, late 90s. And there was a standard that was being built for speech recognition systems at W3C. And I was in the research group at Nuance. I heard about this standards work that was going on. I knew that it was terrible what they were doing. The quality was horrible, it was backwards. We could do a lot better in terms of a standard and what you could build. And so, my boss suggested that I go out there and tell them that, and get it changed. Basically stop that kind of work and do the good work, right? So I went out to this meeting, and boy, what an eye-opener. I realized two things. Number one, it wasn't going to stop. And number two, if my company didn't participate in it, we were going to be left behind. And that was my first introduction to standards. So at that meeting, without any approval or authorization, I volunteered to start writing some specifications because I knew I wanted to get engaged. And that basically started me on a 20-year standards career. So over the course of that career, I've written over a dozen web and internet standards, from VoiceXML to WebRTC to verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers, which actually are still being written now. I've a lot of spec writing, a lot of editing, running working groups and so on. I caught the blockchain bug myself a little later than I think many of you, probably around 2017. But that was when I realized that I needed to get back to either machine learning or blockchain. And blockchain was it. That's the direction I decided to go. And I was looking for technologies that I thought would change the world. And I really do believe that those two technologies will really change the lives of everyday people. That led me to a tour through consensus. I describe it that way because, as many of you know, a lot of people have made the tour through consensus. It's a good place to tour through. And then that led me here to the EEA. So one of the reasons that I came to the EEA was because the EEA does standards. And so I will be talking more about that later and about the importance of standards, particularly as we move forward, as the industry and ecosystem move forward. So actually, speaking of that, Dan, what do you think what would you say is the key area of growth today, or some areas of growth in the ecosystem that you see today?
Yeah, well, I think folks have heard a lot about, baseline. And my lens is primarily enterprise. So, we've seen kind of the hype curve around, blockchain go through, a lot of proof of concepts and, especially, enterprise companies looking, at blockchain as, this magic bullet of it's going to change everything. And blockchain, woo! And a lot of the corporates, kind of took it as the database replacement. Like we did a SQL database, we did a NoSQL database. Now we need to do a blockchain database, and like way off. And they kind of hit that trough of disillusionment, and but like there's still value there. You see the ecosystem, you see DeFi absolutely blowing up, and like where can we get value out of it? And the baseline protocol really enables kind of a simple strategy for how to actually leverage blockchain technology in your business and hit number one pain point, which is privacy. So great, you have this ability to cooperate and interoperate with the entire world through blockchain. But do I want to put all my receipts, all my invoices, all my stuff on the public blockchain? No. Like strong bad. Like we can't expose any corporate data to the rest of the world. So having ways that we can build trust, interoperate, use smart contracts, and gain the value of the public mainnet, while ensuring privacy and the ability to create value at a corporate level, that is really what enterprises are looking for, and what they were kind of hoping for at the beginning, but kind of got lost. So getting folks back on track with baseline protocol. Over the past year, we made a big investment into baseline protocol to help support growth there, investing in projects that are beginning to apply baseline protocol to their strategies, and that's kind of the big sort of foundation setting for the enterprise is this strategy of having basically what is a layer 2 to the central layer 1 level of trust. And so that's kind of been the big focus for our year, and in kicking off this initiative and efforts inside the Ethereum Foundation supporting the enterprise. It was important to sort of run initial tests of where we can add value to that ecosystem, and kind of see it grow and run on its own. So Baseline's done a fantastic job at proving value and showing us some of the ways that we can support that ecosystem. And it's been really fun to see in that trajectory when that started. DeFi was just getting really hot, and now that ecosystem has matured and evolved, and it's beyond hot. It's evolved to its own thing at a level that's even hard to imagine. But that is kind of coming into the enterprise world, and the enterprise users that are leveraging Baseline have this eye to the future that is like, now that we're all connected and have our smart contracts in place, we can begin applying strategies like factoring of invoices to leverage basically DeFi like strategies, and seeing those two worlds basically come together of like DeFi was way out there, and not really, anything that the enterprise would have touched, a year and a half ago, to, being, proven and, an entire thing on its own, that's hugely impactful and also influencing, the state of the enterprise. Really incredible.
My perspective on the current state of the ecosystem is actually a bit different than Dan's. We have different areas of focus. For a brief rundown, I guess it's helpful to just explain what EF is. The most common example that is used, that I've heard, is this, if you know the saying, it's not a cathedral, it's a bazaar. So a bunch of primarily independent groups and efforts that are sometimes under a common banner or sometimes recipients of grants and other types of support, because it's easier for some folks not to handle the administrative overhead. So, experiments into scaling, solutions depending on the year, research efforts, clients, enterprise exploration, and the saying that EFCD, Ai Miyaguchi tends to run with, or did, starting about a couple of years ago, was that the EF's mission is kind of to do what only it can, in the sense that if there's a group that handles something well, it probably shouldn't be anything that that could centralize or be a centralizing force, which is kind of best exemplified by, over on the consensus layer side, or quote unquote ETH2 side, you've got 5 clients, and none of the clients need to be built by EF, because you learn through the early days when folks perceive Go Ethereum, and they're an amazing team, but they perceive it as being quote unquote official, you can start to have client distribution issues, and if you ever have issues with a client, it's great to be able to jump from one to another. So as you can probably tell, my perspective is more geared toward the public side. I got involved because I was interested in some of the potential early use cases of what Ethereum might be. I mentioned I came from politics, so the idea of, for example, a voting system that was infinitely auditable and instantly countable was an incredible idea. Now, if you've wondered why there are no massively successful blockchain voting applications, it's because this stuff's complicated and everything's always 2 years away. As a lot of the enterprise folks are kind of hanging on for, where are our perfect privacy solutions? I got to protect my consumer data. And it's the same kind of thing. A zero knowledge proof is a fascinating thing. And as soon as the science behind some of the privacy protocols come along, the world gets a lot more interesting a lot more quickly. So, the experiments into what the ecosystem is have changed as the use cases have changed. So I spoke with Dan about this, kind of on the side, but we all thought we'd be using prediction markets in 2015 and 16. And the primary use case was going to be guessing what's going to happen in the next election on Gnosis or Augur. Into 2017, maybe it was a fundraising solution. I mean, you've built a powerful tool, but what's going to stick? That's kind of the amazing thing about the ecosystem, is that the size of it, everybody knows it's an open secret that the size of the developer community is the real power, because no matter how much a group has in funding, when they try to example an application, more often than not, nobody ends up using the application. There's a very small percentage of them that stick, but people are building so many things so quickly that, you get these experiments into voting that maybe don't stick, into prediction markets that are difficult for different reasons, and then somebody tries a financial application and they find a success. NFTs came around a few years ago, but it wasn't until they kind of found a niche that they find success. So what the ecosystem is rapidly changing, but it's also rapidly expanding, and they're running into issues in trying to modernize and scale these applications that have started to overlap with some of the things that have been hangups for the enterprise side as well. And this is kind of a spoiler of where I'm going to guess our theme goes, is that we're going to need to tackle some of the same things in the end for the technology to be the most useful to all parties. So all these different facets of the ecosystem will start to mesh with one another, as the same privacy solutions that are needed to make these apps most useful, and the same scaling solutions that are needed to have roll-ups on roll-ups on roll-ups that are cross-compatible, but where you can still protect data, are going to be the kind of things that enterprises are looking for. So this is sort of my view of the ecosystem as it is today. We can, like Paul Brody said yesterday, at this point you can see it's going to get there. And you know, it's the spoiler is out there. It's just a process to finish the build. So we'll talk a little bit more, I think, in a bit about maybe what next steps look like. But now that it's kind of in sight, it's real fun to see where it goes in the meantime.
So that's really fun to hear, and particularly a little bit of the sort of history also of how we got to this point. I want to talk a little bit about the EEA as well. The EEA, when it started, was focused on essentially private permissioned or consortium networks. So essentially private use of Ethereum technology. And that was because there wasn't really a lot of trust in the public mainnet at the time. And so there needed to be a way for businesses to get started, to begin to learn, to begin to develop, and so on. And we began developing standards in that particular space to make sure that we addressed privacy, permissioning, all these things that really the public mainnet was not ready to prioritize yet. So that's how the EEA started. Now, that's been changing, of course, with time. In fact, one of the things that I find most interesting personally is when I started at the EEA middle of last year, a question that always came up with anyone I spoke with who was new to the ecosystem was, yeah, but can I really trust Ethereum? Is it going to be around 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And amazingly to me, that ended in about January of this year. Nobody asks that question anymore. And I think it was DeFi that did it. I think the existence of real applications with real money, serious money, getting locked on them just basically ended that question. Nobody asks anymore whether Ethereum itself can be trusted, whether it will succeed, whether it will survive. So that's a real change, and it's allowed people to go beyond in their thinking. It's allowed them to look at the current applications, and actually then to begin to look at those current applications, like in the DeFi space, perhaps as end applications, but perhaps also as the beginning of primitives that will make their way into the overall worldwide financial system. And that's just for DeFi. So one of the other things that I had noticed, and this is from my standards background, actually I should talk about standards a little bit. Standards probably feel a little weird to this community, even though you do have EIPs and ERCs and all of that. Probably feels a little weird because Ethereum itself is not based on a standard. The interesting thing about Ethereum is you don't get to participate as a client unless you are interoperable, period. That's it. There's no discussion about it. There's no separate test running to see if you can claim interoperability. Either you work or you don't. And so I think that's been foundational in this particular community. But of course, the EIPs and so on were all based on other improvement processes, from IETF and Python and all that kind of stuff. So there has been standardization, but I don't think there's been standardization at an institutional or at an industry level. So one of the things that I noticed was that traditionally the way standards would be developed is that you would have a collection of companies who all had proprietary implementations. You're never going to see their implementations, but for whatever reason they decide that they actually need to interoperate. Either they want to do it or their customers demand it or whatever, but they decide that they need to be interoperable. Because they're never going to show you their actual applications, what you had to do was develop a standard specification through talking, and then you had to develop a test suite, And then you had to run your application against the test suite to demonstrate some level of interoperability, and maybe eventually you would do like a plug fest or an interoperability fest to really demonstrate that you were interoperable. One of the things that I was noticing happening, and I think Baseline was a good example of this, is that in this particular community, there's such a strong desire for openness and open source contributions that we're seeing open source projects that begin as an implementation, because that is literally what open source software is. It is an implementation in itself. We're seeing projects that begin that way and then decide that they would like to build a standard from that, because they want to make sure that others down the road can create implementations that will interoperate without having to necessarily match the bugs of the first one. You've got a specification that tells you what both of you should do, okay? So this is something that was a little bit new, and so that's why that work, I think, went to what was at the time the Ethereum Oasis Open Project was the name. So, the EA started talking with Oasis, and we announced a few months ago that that project is now the EEA Community Projects. And so I'm sure some people were confused by that announcement. They didn't know what that meant. Oh no, is the EEA trying to take control? No, actually the EEA cares deeply about interoperability and about supporting businesses in whatever they need. And one of the things they do need is standards, and they need to know where standards can be developed. This allows for the EEA to be a place to do standards, but there are two different ways you can do it. You can do member projects, which are member-driven, or you can do community projects, which are community-driven. And we really don't care which you do. We support both. In fact, the EEA, the traditional EEA, is responsible for all of the marketing of both, and we are happy to do it. That's one of the reasons we're here sponsoring this show, because Baseline is a fabulous example of some really excellent work. Yeah, that's exactly right. We got some cheers out here in the audience. So this is something that we're hoping to see more of going forward. This is, I think, the beginning of a change in the industry. It's a beginning of a desire to really up-level the work, to move beyond the sample demo applications into applications that businesses and individuals can really begin to rely on themselves. So, oh, you want to say something about that?
I just wanted to interject. So it's okay if we disagree once in a while. And I just put a hedge on some of the applications that we see out there today. In one agree, one disagree as being sort of sample or demo. I think that you used a word earlier that I thought was more apt, and that they could be primitives for primitives for what's to come in financial networks and economies and so on. There may always be a public variant, right? So while I think that, let's say, if you guys are familiar with Bankless's DeFi mullet theory, right? It's going to be fintech in the front and DeFi in the back, where if all these institutions can make use of these protocols, they're more transparent in their pool, their lend pools, their borrow pools, and they can insure themselves, scoop some off the top, and then offer you a 5% interest rate so that you can keep up with inflation, rather than getting played by your bank for 0.01%. That's them making use of the public pools. Yeah, they may need to build their own. They may need to have sort of a white labeled or whitelisted kind of thing, but you can't stop the contracts, right? They can play with the front ends, but for the users that want to make use of these contracts and applications for years or decades or whatever, they'll always be there. And that's the same across whether it's DeFi or the NFT space or whatever. So I think there's a lot of power that's exampled by the, whatever it is, close to 100 billion in DeFi. And the industry is not all about DeFi, but it's just to say that a lot of what's being built, their changes need to be made for the best possible use by enterprise, but it'll always be there for users as well. I just wanted to, rah for the nerds.
Of course, it's extremely important for me to, make sure that everyone understands that there is no competition. There should not be competition. Yeah. You shouldn't be thinking there's competition between enterprise and sort of, personal innovation. That's I think what's so wonderful about this space is that The innovation is critical. We all understand that the developer base is it. That's what makes Ethereum what it is today, and the ability to just, for everyone doing a hackathon here, anyone on their own, you don't have to come to a hackathon, right? You can just build something and it will last as long as you and anyone else cares about it. And then maybe some beyond that too. So why don't we shift now? We've been talking a little bit about current. Dan, what are your thoughts about like where we might go? Might we see some growth in the ecosystem going forward?
Right. Yeah. So kind of building on the success of the baseline. Privacy is like where the enterprise gets started, but then like the next big pain point is fees and gas prices. You want to scale and leverage the network, but you're building the thing to make money, and if gas prices are impacting your bottom line, like that's not going to cut it. So over the past 6 months, the trends moved from all right, yes, Ethereum is kind of where we're going to end up putting the hashes and our we're connected to that, but increasingly you need a layer 2. And you heard earlier Tosh and Andreas Freund, who are the other 2 members of my enterprise team, begin to talk about layer 2 and creating some consensus and potentially some layer 2 standards. So we learned a lot through baseline. Andreas has been a fantastic contributor to that spec work, and we've begun to rally folks from all across the industry. We've got folks EY, JP Morgan Chase, Microsoft, others, as well as all of the layer 2 ecosystem, interested in finding the best ways that they can partner together. We've also brought in some of the institutional folks, institutional funding folks, like folks that are out there in venture capital funding projects, to really build a coalition of folks, and we're doing this all in the EEA community project space. So baseline was really successful in not just creating visibility, but creating a space for contribution and participation. And we wanted to make sure that the biggest growth opportunity and potential of layer 2 was sort of built out in that space. So sure, the big corporate members, they're comfortable with the EA, but the folks out there innovating in layer 2, they're just out there running the experiments, making things work, and a lot of them are just getting their networks online. So they need space to run, space to breathe, and so EEA community projects has really been the right place for that, and really excited to continue to sort of prove out the potential of layer 2, but also from the work that I do in sort of helping the ecosystem grow and helping the enterprise to be successful. This new forum for really bridging back between enterprise coalition. It's not just federations of big corporate interests. It's a broader partnership with the entire ecosystem that can grow together.
I need to jump in briefly on that one, which is that to point out that we do have a number of the DeFi players and others involved, and including some layer 2s as well, as members of the EEA on the member project side, and doing collaboration there as well. So I think that was kind of the point, right? That you know, wherever is most appropriate for the work you're doing, fine. Okay, I think it's really frustrating for businesses to not know where to go or to think that there's some kind of dispute or disagreement or whatever. That really does not help. It really doesn't help business adoption if they think that there's some kind of war or confusion going on. So yeah, and I'm glad that that work is happening there. We've got some in both places and wherever it works.
Hello?
Yeah, so we'll be largely in agreement here, but from different angles. I think a real corny but maybe apt analogy would be that a lot of different people are interested in using the internet, and for a lot of different reasons. So, you know, whether it's a lot of the folks that are working here, or if you guys are familiar with optimistic roll-up efforts in Optimism and Arbitrum and others, and then what Starkware's building in Matter Labs and the ZK rollups, it's not ZK rollups, but yeah, ZK rollups, and you may have heard of what Paul Brody was speaking about last night. He briefly mentioned Polygon's acquisition of Hermes, and they won't be the only ZKRs. ZKRs are like broadly thought of as being a lot of the future, and then there's sidechain projects like Polygon and Xtai and others. Everybody here kind of gets that for whatever the use case, for businesses big and small, enterprise, companies, startups, and for folks that are just building and using the network day to day, scaling is everything. So this is where things are going. I think we all agree that there will be a scale and that the roadmap is clear now and everybody gets where it's going, and we can all just be impatient that everything's always 2 years away. And that's not to say everything's always 2 years away in launching, right? You can use Arbitrum today, you can use Optimism today. I'm talking about everything being composable, everything being, you know, when you think of L1 as ossified, right? Everything being in this kind of like final form. There's always this, where are things gonna be in the future, right? Ethereum will never launch. Nobody will build applications. The applications won't work. This is the 2014 problem, the 2015 problem, the 2016 problem. Nobody will use them, the 2017 problem. You know, and you overcome every single one of these problems, but there's always a few more problems that are always a few years away. So right now we're talking about today's problems that are a few years away. And when we get there, those will be solved, and there will be other problems that are a few years away. But you know, today we're talking about scalability, and you're needing scalability because there's so many people using the network. That's a good problem, I guess. If there were nobody using the network, gas fees wouldn't be anything. So a lot of these things tend to get roped into what some people call ETH2, which is also kind of a misnomer. I shouldn't ramble because we're already at the top of the hour and I know we'll be short on time. But in short, you know, ETH2 is a set of upgrades, was a set of upgrades. You know, first it was the launch of the beacon chain. It's been out there for about a year. Then it's the merge, and then that's the next thing. Then it'll be launch of shard chains, and that's right after. And then it's data on shards, but that's meant for scalability. And we're talking about rollups, and that's the current look at scalability. So all of these things are, you know, part of something that gets us where we need to be. But you don't need this sort of like final stage in order to get there. So rollups are online today and people are using them. I wish I knew some of the stats for some of the ones that are here at the moment, but I think, you know, Arbitrum's at 2.5 or 3 billion in volume after, like, you know, their training wheels versions that are only out for, I think, under a month. So the adoption's been quick and it'll continue to be quick. But, you know, once the privacy features are where they need to be for the enterprises to feel as comfortable with layer 2s as they are with Ethereum itself as sufficiently decentralized and tested, I think at that point it's we're kind of there. So, you know, folks can try on the L2 that works best for them, the things that give them the most you know, ability to set the parameters that they need to set while still making use of the security of the network of the L1, and then we're all in fun land. So I think that you know, we've got a clear view toward where we need to get. We just need to build it. And so, you know, keep supporting organizations like these and projects like Baseline and associations like EEA, because a lot of them are building toward the same goals. So, you know, you've got, I mentioned Polygon working on, you know, they've got Hermes' ZKVM, but EY is funding zero knowledge work, and a lot of the members of the EEA are desperate for better zero knowledge tech, and it just needs to be invented, and it's being invented, and you know, it needs to be brought to completion here. So, yeah, keep going, hack away.
So I could not help laughing a few times with what you're saying, because it reminds me of every technology space that I've been in. In the speech recognition space, the question was always, but is it ready? Is it good? Is it perfect, is what they meant. Okay, but it's a technology, not a solution. With WebRTC, when I was working on that, there's actually a website, I don't know if it still exists, but for many years there's a website called iswebrtcreadyyet.com, okay? And that was because people were frustrated that it wasn't done, and they hadn't implemented everything, okay? So but you know what? WebRTC is a technology, not a solution. Ethereum, is it done? Is DeFi done? Are ZK proofs done? No. Each one of these is a technology, not a solution. What businesses do, and enterprises in the generic term, which is how we mean them, which is anybody who's trying to build something to sell or provide to someone else, in that sense, what businesses do and what innovators do is some of them create new technologies, but many of them take those technologies and create solutions. They don't need perfection in order to do that. And I think that's really the key point here, is that we're seeing enough of the fundamentals in place as tools, as technologies, and the pieces layered on top of them even, to build real solutions. And that's the message that needs to be conveyed repeatedly to everyone, is that you don't have to wait. There is technology to make the solution that you want today. Any last comments before we wrap up?
I think that's a great place to wrap. I'll agree with everything that you've said here, yeah.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Ben,
All right.
Thank you very much.
Check.
Oh yeah. How do you pronounce?
What's up, man? Greg. How are you?
Umba dying. Okay. Let me go get roll.
Heather was, before I even came to New York, the first week, she was like, oh, yeah, Greg. Greg. Yeah. How are you? Nice to meet you. Right away. I was talking about having creative space. Really good. Oh, we gotta have Greg part of it.
Yeah.
He knew much before.
Glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Greg. What is it?
Greg.
Iris. Greg, like Greg Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll leave it off. Flip it on when you're ready. Been following your work.
Hey, y'all. We got one more. We got one more panel for the night. Hey, y'all on the back. Why don't you come on up? Hey, tall guy by the speaker.
I had this exact same issue last weekend.
I'm gonna just keep calling. I'm gonna keep calling him up.
So the artwork is going to be on display tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm asking.
It's hang on. But are we gonna have them at can we put them at
Born in Connecticut, raised in
can we showcase them?
Rahila told me that's what was happening.
Let me confirm it though that that's I don't know that in a moment,
Okay.
I'm gonna rally some troops back there.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, the only thing that you would be able to do is they have like
Yeah.
because I wasn't, because she mentioned it and I wasn't sure if they had it. Because I asked if like, do you want, because I wanted to send some of the palm things and they were saying that, I mean, I can ask them, but it would be like, yeah. Or are you able to bring any of those tomorrow? I think they would be because like it won't be permanent.
How are you doing?
Oh yeah, do you want to? I think.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh sorry.
No, that's okay.
Dude, you're the last person I haven't taken a picture with. I watch you every time on Baseline Park.
Oh, that's I love your shirt. That's the sweetest shirt.
I know.
Dude, where can I get some provide gear? Like,
we had so much
I got that one. It's an XXXL though. And I will sport it.
I have a medium shirt that I'll give you, and we have a bunch more swag. I told Kyle that we needed to buy more for this, and
no, it's not a big deal. But if y'all have like a website, like I can buy some, I will.
We're supposed to have it all. We were supposed to have the merch live on the site for this weekend, but
I want to rep it, dude.
Like I had a lot to work on, so understandable.
Big things ahead, though. Yeah.
I have a shirt. I can't.
I think right now has to leave, so we should start on time. Oh yeah.
Hello, folks. We're winding down EthATL. Last panel of the evening. It's our NFT creators one. Rahila was so nice to help us put this all together. Iris, Greg, Will have all provided work for the actual NFT creator space that we got, as well as we're having a VIP event at Greg's gallery from 3 to 6 at ABV Gallery downtown Atlanta tomorrow. Anyone here is more than welcome to join us. That being said, welcome to the last panel, and hope you enjoy it.
I think Iris wanted something to drink. If you could
of course.
I'll take some wine. Can you guys? Oh yeah, everyone can hear me. Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rahila, and I'm executive producer of an upcoming NFT documentary that'll be released next year called Minted. And the end of this month, we'll have a trailer. I was just in New York and saw some of the footage, and it like blew my mind. And I've been in the Ethereum ecosystem since 2016. I worked with Joe Lubin and also Nick. Where is he? Yeah, there he is. And a lot of people that have been part of this conference. So it's really exciting to see like every few months how the Ethereum ecosystem evolves. And I'm really excited to have an amazing panel, Iris Nevins, and then Greg Mike, he's local. They're both local to Atlanta. And then Will Nichols joined us from LA. So really, oh yeah, and then tomorrow, I think he's gonna scroll down. From 3 to 6 at Greg's Gallery, we'll be hosting an event where you'll be able to see Greg's work and also other NFT artists, and then some of the artists that Iris is gonna talk about as well. So we thank you for that. So I'm just going to briefly introduce the artists, and then we can kind of kick off the conversation. So I met Iris a few months ago, and she helped create Black NFT art that's helped Black artists from around the world learn about NFTs and get on sites such as Super Rare and others, and also help them build their audience. And prior to that, she was founder of Daima. So I was inspired by her story because she's a female technologist that has worked even in Web 2, like before NFTs, supporting Black artists around the world. And then she really was one of the leaders creating a community in Web 3, supporting not only other Black technologists, but artists so they can learn and engage in the ecosystem. And she has a virtual gallery, and you'll be able to see some of the works back there, and then also tomorrow at Greg's Gallery. It's called Unseen Gallery, which she curated, and she can kind of talk to us more about. And then Greg, if you're local, I'm sure you, and also if you were at BTC Miami and other places around the world, you would recognize a lot of his murals. And he has a really inspiring story. He's an amazing graffiti artist. And he really impressed me because he was one of the early artists to do things in NFTs that were super innovative. And he has, like, if you don't follow him on Twitter already, you should. I think that he's one of like the early and main artists that's like part of the NFT community. So I think that, as all of you know, the NFT community is just one of the most amazing parts of the ecosystem, and it's really great to see that he was one of the pioneers in creating it. And then Will, I only knew him from his Twitter handle is NevermindWill, from his Cool Cat avatar on Twitter. And I just remember, like, I kept seeing these palm trees come up on my Twitter feed, and I was so blown away by them. And then all of a sudden, like, I was actually visiting my sister in Atlanta, and I missed that he had a drop on OpenSea, and they all sold out. So then I ended up buying one of his palm trees on the secondary market for a few ETH. And he told me later that that was the largest art sale that he like ever had. So anyway,
Oh, totally.
and then,
Thank you.
and then I got a chance to visit him in Venice, and he told me how he has a whole Google map around the world of where his favorite palm trees are, and how he used to live on the East Coast, but then he moved back to the West Coast because he missed like palm trees. And then he also showed me like furniture that he makes. So I got to see his studio in LA and how he wants to create this whole engagement between people who buy his NFTs and then people who buy other artwork that he creates. So I was just amazed because it was like an artist in many different mediums. So I think, you know, that's using NFTs to connect with buyers in new ways. So we'll start with Iris. So if you could kind of just briefly talk about like things you did in Web 2 and how you engaged artists and what your journey's been like entering into Web 3.
Hello, hello, okay. Hey y'all, happy Saturday. So my story is sometimes a little all over the place, so I'll try and condense it as much as possible. But my background is actually in education and activism. So I was a teacher in South Florida, and I was also a community organizer for a number of years. And then I developed an interest in technology. I felt that technology was a key missing factor in movements, like social justice movements, and that without technology, it would be really difficult to have the kind of impact that we wanted to have on the world. So I ended up enrolling in a coding boot camp and becoming a software engineer, and then I became an engineering manager. So right now, I am an engineering manager at Vox Media. And so that's my day job. And the way that I got into art is because my mother is a collector. She works in academia, and she travels to the Caribbean and Latin America pretty regularly for various conferences, and she would go and buy artwork at local marketplaces, and she would typically buy directly from artists. Some of them were street artists as well, and so growing up, we always had lots of art on the walls. Like beautiful art, custom framed, you know, the whole 9 yards. And so when I reached my 20s, I started traveling as well. I went to Haiti, and I went to Zimbabwe, and then I went to Ghana. And in all of those places, I did the same thing that she did. I went to local marketplaces and I would buy art. And I was just so impressed by the artwork and kind of shocked at how cheap it was, to be honest. You know, you're talking about some of these are 6-7 foot paintings that are beautifully done and are selling for, you know, maybe a few $100s, which is impossible to find in the US. So I was like, well, I work in tech, I know how to build a site, right? Like maybe I can find a way to help these artists sell their work online. So that's how the journey started. And then about a year in, a little under a year into that, I was encouraged by some friends from college to get into NFTs. One of them is head of crypto at Visa, and he was involved in like putting together a group of Black technologists in crypto to kind of organize and figure out how we could essentially make sure that Black people don't get left behind when it comes to crypto. And so as a part of that process, I ended up learning about NFTs and deciding that I was gonna switch into that world and figure out how to help Black artists leverage NFTs.
And Greg, just your journey into NFTs and what the experience has been like versus previously in your world without NFTs. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I've grown up doing art my entire life. You know, from my early when I was 8 or 9 years old, started doing graffiti. That led to going to art school for graphic design. So I've always had the graphic, Illustrator background. If you look at my work, obviously it's very like, a lot of it's very flat and colorful and illustrative. And I've always thought there needed to be a way to, monetize that type of graphical illustrative work, I've sold, sell paintings and then do murals, but the content that we were creating and putting online, whether that was, on the Instagram, Facebooks, Twitters, MySpace, even all the way back those days, there was never a way to monetize it. So I think when I heard about NFTs, it really excited me just from like a tech standpoint, that there was like this revolution, right? This all kind of happened during, I learned about it, I think, early last year, I think right about January, and then as soon as COVID hit, that like shut down my traveling schedule, because I'm typically on the road painting murals at different music festivals and art festivals globally, and it really like forced me to just sit in my house and in my home studio and just create. And during that time, that's like when Clubhouse exploded. So I was like super early on Clubhouse, just kind of like listening to rooms, and I kept seeing this NFT thing pop up. I'm like, what is this, right? So I got in on that stuff and just learned and every day just, like lived, breathed, everything NFT. And then I did my first drop in, what was that, February or March with Nifty Gateway, where I released 100 cans, which were like based off this series that I did in 2009 of physical cans. I always wanted to figure out how to like evolve them and make them digital, because when I painted those cans years ago, and I painted 100 of them like by hand, they all like went out into the world, and I never knew where they were going or where they ended up. Still to this day, I mean, they're still in people's collections. So I knew when there was a way to kind of like almost digitize them, I got really excited. So like I remastered all those cans into this huge drop, which did pretty well. But for me, that was like the entrance and like really just like blew my mind in terms of like, I come from the traditional artwork, and in our world, it's like we sell a painting and then it's gone and you never know where it goes. So like, I got super hyped on NFTs because of the whole provenance aspect of it and being able to track work and seeing what owners are and what collections it's in. And that's something we never had. And it was just like, we never got secondary market sales on any of our physical work. So that as well was really exciting. So I think it was like all those things kind of combined. And then just the idea of like utility, just like really like from a creative aspect, just blew my mind. I was like, now you can create a piece of art, which is a token that then can have utility, which could give people access to, metaverses. I'm building out Loudland right now, which is like my virtual world, which will have art and, rewards and redemptions for my collectors, and just a place where you can go and see all my murals and characters and interact with all my NFTs and things like that. But like, those are all things that you could never do with just creating a physical painting. So like, just really excited about where it can go. And I think as we're learning more and more about it, like it's changing and adapting, right? And my plan and my roadmap is changing as I'm learning more about it and seeing, what's happening in the industry. Things that I'm excited about that I'm doing right now, I'm crowdfunding through NFTs. So I'm putting I have a book that I'm putting together right now that's like each page is an individual NFT. And then only, the collectors who own each page will get a book. And like, if you own X amount of pages, you get different rewards. So there's things like that I just like, that stuff hypes me up. Or like painting, like I have another thing called the Fading Forward NFT series project, whatever you want to call it. But it's like, it's an ongoing painting. So like, first I created one panel, and then a few months later, I created the second panel, almost like a puzzle piece. And then now there's, a third, a fourth, and it continues to grow. But the only way that you're able to get these pieces is if you own previous pieces. So it's like something like that. You could never do that with a physical piece of work. So that's where my head's at. It's like figuring out how do we take physical art, traditional art, bring it into the digital space where it's, something new, unique, and different that you couldn't do previously. And then, just rewarding collectors. I think that's such a cool aspect of, NFT art in general is like, you know, being in touch with your community through Discord channels, you know, social media, and being able to have like a one-on-one conversation and see what your collectors want and react to that stuff. But yeah, it's all, I think every day I'm learning something new about the space and just excited to see where it goes. I think another thing that's I haven't really like seen tapped in is like, obviously I come from the street art world. I paint these murals that are, you know, sometimes they're up for a year, sometimes they're up for 5 years, but most of them disappear. And the beauty of the blockchain and, you know, NFTs is, you know, it's forever. So, you know, that's why I started like that Lost Pages project, because like I wanted it more to be something that was like archivable, like forever, like, you know, 600 years from now, you can go online and see this book that I created and put online. And it's like, how do we do that with murals? So that's kind of where my head's at, you know, that I've been working on some things there, because I feel like that's such a perfect thing. You can't typically monetize murals unless there's a brand that's involved in it. And no one wants to see a sponsored brand that just typically becomes an advertisement. So it's like, that's just another way that we can put money into artists' pockets, and then also a way that we can keep street art alive once it gets painted over. So that's where my head's at.
Well, you've definitely been a pioneer and very inspirational. So
Thank you.
And Will, I'm curious, like, how you got into NFTs, and also you did such an amazing job marketing it. Like I mentioned how I kept seeing these palm trees, but then I didn't know what it was. I didn't know how to buy it. And then you built this following, and then all of a sudden you did a drop.
Yeah. For me, I've been doing photos and taking photos for like a decade now. I started taking photos because I was a social media manager for a publication called High Snobiety. And I was like their only LA correspondent at the time. So they were kind of sending me to different events and stuff to just do like recaps. So they got me a camera, and like I started just learn it and use the tool. And then I started just take photos like as a source of like therapy. Whenever I was having like a bad day or something, I would just find myself like walking Venice, like taking photos. And then over time, I started to exaggerate what I was seeing. And so like it kind of turned into like a form of like expressionism. So like some of the photos are like hyper red, like hyper blue. And that's really just kind of like me, like kind of like just showing like my emotion. And a lot of the captions kind of correlate to what I was thinking to that specific image. But I got into NFTs essentially because of COVID basically last year, right? We were all at home kind of thinking like, what could we do? My friend Pierre and I, we have a production company, a creative production company called Finally Offline, and basically we got hit up by a company wanting to sponsor and do events with us for this year. And they kind of were iffy if like, you know, we could do IRL events and what was going on. And so that's kind of how I got introduced to Nifty Gateway and Super Rare. They were like, you guys should check out these sites. There could be an alternative. Maybe we could do something digital and still like, you know, do something creative. And that's kind of how I got introduced to NFTs. And I feel like once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like you realize that like, it's just how the life should be done, and like how consumerism is like gonna die. It's not just gonna be regular consumerism. It's gonna be more like these partnerships with like these interests that you have. And I really do think we're gonna be heading in a situation where it's like you're gonna be like earning how you live. Like you're gonna live and earn like by just doing what and spending your time like and being rewarded for how you spend your time, whether it be buying art, whether it be watching like Netflix and getting rewarded for how much time you're spending. Like there's so much that is gonna happen, and I'm just really excited to just do it. And like a big thing that Greg said that really enticed me to put my palm trees on blockchain is forever. Like, you know, I was posting my stuff and my work on Instagram for, you know, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, and then it's like they're monetizing against it. You're not seeing any money. You know, and it could be gone tomorrow. Like, let's not forget Vine left overnight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I really wanted to put my ideas and my creative on blockchain, and that's why I'm gonna be using blockchain as a medium, because I plan to put my IP on blockchain, whether it's whatever, any medium, whether it's photography, whether it's my furniture that I design, and everything in between.
And if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. I think, did you have the images that she sent? Were you able? Oh, you won't be able to? Okay. Maybe tomorrow then people can see them. Sorry about that. So I wanted to ask you guys, like, is there anything about the NFT space, just because it keeps evolving, what surprised you most?
What surprised me most? That's a good question. I think one of the things, if I had more time to think about it, I'd come up with a better answer. But I think one of the things is how, first of all, it's not easy to sell art, right? Like, it's very hard to sell art. And once we launched the e-commerce store to help these artists in Africa and the Caribbean sell art, we learned that very, 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 very quickly. And then going into the NFT space, it was like, okay, it might be a little easier here, right? Like, you have some tools available to you that you didn't have before, but it's still challenging. And I think that's what a lot of artists coming into this space struggle with, is the fact that it really requires putting yourself out there, and it really requires marketing yourself. And I think some of them are hoping that it's going to be a lot easier, and that doesn't end up being the case. So I think that's been surprising for me as someone that works with artists, and I think it's important to help artists understand that you don't come into NFTs because it's easier. You come into NFTs because it's a tool that allows you to do things that you couldn't do before, just like the other panelists were talking about.
I think the thing that surprised me the most was like the speed of trends in the space, where it's like a month feels like, a year, you know what I mean? You're like, you think back to February, like when there was like the big, spike and everyone was, rushing to buy any and every NFT that was dropped, on some of these sites. And then seeing how it went from like all the focus was on artists, and then it moved so fast to like these PFP projects, like the avatar projects and collectibles. They're basically digital collectibles versus like, art, one-of-one art pieces. And that happened like overnight, you know what I mean? And then it was like everyone was just, all they cared about was, these 10,000 piece generative projects. And then like all the artists were like, hey, what's up? What about me over here? So, but it's like we don't know what's next, right? And that's what's crazy about it. It's like, next month people might be like, yo, the PFP avatar projects aren't hot anymore. Like now it's all about music, right?
Totally, dude, totally.
So I think just the speed on how fast it's going, and that's just because tech and the internet is like it's a beauty and a curse, because it's like as an artist you're trying to figure out how to keep up with that speed and like produce work at that rate, but it's also like that's kind of the beauty of it. It's like that's it's kind of just like going wherever it's going, and you got to just like ride the wave, right?
No, totally. I'm just gonna piggyback off that real quick, but like, dude, I definitely have seen like the chapters. It was definitely like digital artists broke down the door. It went swinging. It was so sick to see. It was like seeing people like rockets just take off into the sky. You're like, oh damn, like this is sick. And then I feel like after that, like I had photos on Foundation that sat for 6 weeks, but then like photography was like, it became like the darling in the room. And then it was like, oh shit, like now people are gonna buy like photos, and now it's like PFPs. So it's like, it's cool to see the evolution. For me, the thing that is like the most inspiring, the thing that I'm most surprised by is like the mantra of like, we're all gonna make it. Like the energy from the community is so positive and so welcoming that it's like refreshing. Like I feel like coming from like, I don't know, another, like other spaces, it's not always like as welcoming. It can be very like competitive, and I like the community that's being built and the mantra around the foundation that's being built.
And I think all three of you have done an amazing job building communities, and it's been interesting for me to watch because I feel like you all entered at different times. And like, for example, you had your Twitter Spaces talk today, and there was like hundreds of people in it. So, and if you had any advice, or you could talk about like what that experience has been like building a community.
Yeah, building community is hard. It is hard work. In part because people are so different, so unique, so fickle, so opinionated, ready to complain about every little thing. And you know, I think what's beautiful about it is the fact that people stay because of community, right? Like a lot of the people that are in the NFT space are only there or would have left if they didn't have a community that embraced them and that supported them. And that was actually the reason why we got into community work, because when we first started looking into NFTs, this was about November of 2020, we were on Clubhouse. We were sitting in Clubhouse rooms like day and night, listening to everything. And we just noticed that the artists that were having a lot of success were artists that had some sort of community around them and were very active and very engaged. And the people in that community seem to come from different backgrounds and different, some of them were artists, some of them were collectors, some of them were, you know, actively like working in the NFT space or technologists, et cetera. And so, but we didn't see this type of community around Black artists for the most part. In fact, I mean, there weren't really many Black artists at all at that time. And so we were like, well, if we go and we try and bring a bunch of Black artists into NFTs and they have no community, then they're just gonna be disappointed and wanna leave. So that's why we decided that we were gonna create Black NFT art, and we were gonna do events, and we were gonna create content specifically targeted towards Black artists and Black collectors. But it has been a process, and it has been very tumultuous because again, people are opinionated, and people have feelings and emotions, and sometimes they clash, and so that has been a process to kind of get everyone to see beyond the differences and be able to focus on the long-term vision.
As well? Yeah, I think, I mean, community is so important in the NFT space. Yeah, as she mentioned, like, you know, the Clubhouse, I feel like if it wasn't for Clubhouse, I don't think the community that I've built would have been so strong. I feel like the timing was perfect with that technology and that app. I mean, it's funny, like, you know, I sat on Clubhouse every day, but I haven't been on one Twitter space. I don't know, which is just, it's weird because maybe it's like I listen into Twitter Spaces, but I've never like been on stage at a Twitter Space or hosted my own. But I mean, that just goes down to like tech, right? Like sometimes like maybe I was more comfortable with the app and the interface of Clubhouse, and it felt easier, right? Like, and it kind of like related.
This is dying.
No, I mean I haven't logged into it. I mean, I feel bad, but what I'm saying is, like, I mean, it was smart for Twitter to do that, but I was just speaking more like in terms of design and app interface and how that affected me building a community. Like, it was like the right time, right place, and like that app was super easy to use. So for me to build a community on there was easy, right? I just, you know, got on there and talked about what I knew, right? But yeah, for me, I've always relied on technology to build communities because I'm kind of a shy person when I go out in the real world. But I mean, I feel like behind a computer or an app, you're able to kind of like, you know, show and talk with your work. I mean, I feel like for me, it's always been through Instagram and these other social networking things. You're talking through your work and building community through your work versus like going out and rubbing elbows with people at the local, you know, watering hole. So.
Do you feel like your audiences are like the people that are your fans? It's like a whole new set of like collectors, or do you feel like the worlds have merged?
I still think there's like so many physical art collectors that are not even close to touching NFTs. Like, I mean, I just like see it because I have people that collect my physical work and prints and these drops that I do. And, you know, some of them don't want to hear me talk about NFTs, and they're like, you know, they just don't see it. They're not there yet, you know what I mean? But then I have other people that are like, you know, hit me like, when's the next NFT drop? Like, I don't care about your physical work. Like, I don't have room. I don't want to deal with shipping it. Like, I don't know how to hang artwork. Like, I just want it to sit in my digital wallet. So I still think there's going to be I still think we're like 5 years away. And like in 5 years, once people get old, like either grow older and the younger generation who are in NFTs, you know, kind of catch up, or older folks like learn about NFTs and get excited about it and see the potential in it. Like, I think it's going to be a totally different game. It's going to be a totally different game in terms of like collectors and artists, and, you know, how physical artists are doing in the space, or traditional artists. So, I don't know. What's up? 2 questions. Go for it. What does your first mural say there? Is that Facebook? Yeah, that's Facebook. I painted that at the Facebook headquarters. That was like probably. In terms of like the IP, or in terms of like controlling price, or?
Right? Like, I love that Facebook thing, right? I live near Facebook. I can take a picture of it, print it out on my wall, and put it on my wall, and fucking awesome, right? But I don't own it. I just copy it, right? But are you exploring anything to actually protect the actual art itself in the same kind of vein?
Yeah, so any mural that I produce that doesn't contain any, like, you know, any characters that I quote unquote remix, because I do a lot of like, you don't really see it in these ones, but like some of the remixes of like some of the traditional 1940s, 50s characters. But yeah, I mean, you could see it there, like Tom and Jerry, you know, but yeah, like that type of stuff, I am, like, all that stuff's, you know, I submit that to the trademark office and own, you know, trademarks on that stuff. Yeah. On all the murals. What's, yeah. Correct.
So if I own the NFT and someone uses it inappropriately, I still need to sue them to like.
No, because you don't own the IP if you own the NFT. The same way as if you bought like a painting from me in my gallery, like you couldn't then take that painting and scan it and make prints of it or put it on merchandise. You just own the actual piece of art. And it's very tricky, like when it comes to like the NFT and the digital space, because you would think if you own the NFT, then you would own the IP rights. But there are some projects like Bored Apes, right? I mean, where you own the IP. Like, so if you buy a Bored Ape, you're able to then take that IP and put it on merch, I believe, right?
No, and honestly, I think that's the next step in everything. Like right now, people are so infatuated flipping IP and making great profit, but wait till people start building on it. Like start building the characters and the IP that they own. I think that's the next evolution. Like wait till there's a Cool Cat rock star that's like as big as The Weeknd. Like, and then, you know, the publishing is split in a DAO and the royalties are going to a DAO. When like we're basically, I see like at like Web 2.5. We're not at Web 2 or 3 really.
Yeah, I think that's when people are going to really like, and that I mean obviously that's why people are so excited about NFTs is from an investment standpoint. I mean, I hate to say it, you know, as being like an artist, but like that's why there's so many people that are interested in it, because, you know, they're able to track and then make money off of it, like, you know.
Totally.
So.
No, totally.
Well, are you thinking about doing that in terms of something like a Bored Ape Yacht Club, where you're creating something where the buyers will own the IP?
I don't know if I'll go into that arena. I definitely respect it. I mean, I'm thinking about other ways that I can reward my collectors, but not necessarily like them owning the IP, because most of those are like companies and developers that are building these, like, it's not like an artist that's saying like, here, you own all my characters and everything you've built over the past 20 years. Like, these are like most of the people like Bored Apes. It's like a group of developers that aren't their names aren't attached to it. You know what I mean? My names are attached to my characters, and you know, they're building it specifically for that purpose. So I mean, maybe if I was to, what's that? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think that's definitely changing, though. I think you're seeing, what I'm seeing is a lot of artists that are actually starting to do their own generative collectible projects. So you have Nyla, the Long Necky Ladies. You know, she is a 12-year-old girl that created a generative collectibles set, and the smart contract allows people to create derivatives. And so a lot of people have created derivatives, and they have been very profitable. And I think from what I'm seeing, you're starting to see a lot more artists being kind of brought onto teams and given a larger voice. So they're collaborating with engineers to do these projects. You also have a company called Big Head, which is created by Mac Flavell. Mac Flavell is the co-founder of CryptoKitties and co-founder of Dapper Labs, and he's really big on empowering artists. And so for all of his projects, it's really about the artist's vision and the artist's artwork, and then you know, the engineering and the technical side is just kind of like a power behind it, right? So yeah, I think we are seeing more artists kind of leading generative projects, but I do agree that up until recently, they haven't really been the face of any of these projects.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if you're going into it with that mindset, like knowing that, okay, this art that I'm creating is going to be IP that anyone can own, and it's for this specific project, then I think that makes sense. But I personally wouldn't like take all the characters that I've created and just like give it all away, basically. So that's where I sit.
Also, I think an important factor is that what we're seeing most commonly is not that the collector owns the actual intellectual property per se, but they have the right to make what's called a derivative, which is to take the original image and create an alternate version of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can then go and like, you know, license the artwork in a film or distribute it via prints, et cetera. It's like a very specific. Say it again? Kinda. I don't know. Would you say that's?
Well, you're saying like they can take the art and change the art and make something new.
Right.
Not necessarily like make a lithograph or print it on a shirt.
And it's that specific piece, because remember, for a generative collectible, let's say there's 10,000, every single one is unique. So when you have the rights to make a derivative, it means that one piece that you own, which is unique, you only have the right to make a derivative of that one.
And I think it's super interesting, like CryptoPunks, like they didn't give any of their IP to anybody. They held it at the labs, and they actually just did a deal with UTA, and that deal is insanely massive to me. I think it's going to be a big deal because they got all 10,000, the rights to do all 10,000 copy CryptoPunks to use them any way that they want. So there could be a Coca-Cola CryptoPunk, you know what I'm saying? And it kind of like asked out CAA in a sense, because there's not that many big projects like that that are as popular, right? So if you go and want to do something with a blue chip company, like all the IPs with 20,000 people between Cool Cats and Bored Apes. So it's like, how is CAA going to work with 20,000 people? They're going to have to find like these subgroups. That's why I think it's very important to, like, if you have a cat or a blue chip NFT where you have like these rights, like exercise them, because people are going to start coming to like scout for sure. I see.
Yeah, I think that giving people rights or ownership over IP is like pretty unsustainable. I think that what we're going to see is people giving collectors rights to royalties. So for a film, for example, if you mint an NFT as a film, maybe the collector gets 1% of royalties or something like that. I think we'll probably see that in music as well. And then I think what we're also going to see is rights to create a derivative artwork, and it's going to be very, very scoped, very specific, right? But I think that the actual ownership of the IP and ability to do whatever you want with it is just not. It's just not going to work.
And I'll do one last question, and then we can wrap up unless someone else has more. Okay, all of you guys are always doing innovative things. The space is always changing. What should we as your collectors and fans look out for that you're super excited about?
That we are working on?
My next project, I have 2 projects. I'm gonna be very collaborative, like moving forward. I think that's a big opportunity and like something that I wanna like bring into the space is working together because of the mantra of the foundation that's building the community. But I think food is gonna be a massive one. Like I'm gonna be dropping an NFT with my girlfriend who's like a chef, and like she's been hearing me talk about it for like the last year. So I'm gonna be onboarding her to help her do, basically she's starting a food blog. So we're gonna be doing, I did all the photos for all her 10 recipes, and then we're gonna do a 101 on foundation where you get the recipe, unlocks the recipe through the photo, and then we'll do a Zoom session. So we'll deliver the groceries and deliver what is possible to make it, or needed to make it, and then we'll do a Zoom session and cook. And then my next project after that, which is gonna be my furniture project, we're gonna be launching 50 chairs. We have, through the furniture project in real life, it's called Human Age. We actually made 2 lines. We made a chair that was like designed like to the T of exactly how we wanted, like not compromising any materials or cost at all. And then we took that design and kept the design integrity and applied it to being a lot more efficient and cost friendly, so we're not pricing anybody out. So we're gonna be taking those 2 models of the chair that we designed, making 50 NFTs, and every person will get the chair free shipped if they buy the NFT, and then 40 will be the collection, which is called X, which is like Collection X Human Age, will be the more price-friendly one, and then the Craftsman collection, the more luxurious line, is gonna be only 10 NFTs of those 50. And I'm excited to really start like a real furniture brand and home goods brand that like combines IRL and URL and really like applies that utility in the tech.
Wow. No, I mean, for me right now, my focus is like on rewarding collectors and the evolution of my Mad Cans series. So I released 100 Mad Cans February, and in between 2 drops. And what's gonna happen is those are all editions of 30, and all those editions are then gonna get broken down and traded in what I'm calling like upcycling, since they're cans. So you'll go from owning a 1 of 30 to owning a 1 of 1. So as they evolve and you bring them into my metaverse, loudland.com, when that launches, you go to the upcycling center, you trade in your Mad Can set, and then it kicks you out 1 of 1s that are these 3D evolved cans. So it should be pretty interesting how they any holders that have held, they're going to get rewarded because, the scarcity of this new collection that's going to be dropped. So there's going to be some more surprises and stuff like that, but really just building out this virtual world and seeing where it goes from there.
I told him that I'm going home tonight and buying cans.
There you go.
So I'll speak to what we're working on right now in terms of what comes next. We're still trying to figure that out, but we just launched an exhibit called the Crossroads Exhibit. It features Black and African artists from around the world. We have artists in the US, artists in Canada, artists in the UK, and in different parts of Africa. We created a virtual gallery that has 8 rooms. It has a theater, it has a main lounge, it has multiple exhibit rooms, and we are featuring artwork that was very carefully curated by my co-founder throughout the gallery. It's beautiful artwork. Like when I tell you, we'd seen multiple exhibits happen previously and wanted to make sure that this one was special. And I feel confident that if you go and you check it out, that you will feel that way. We were able to curate collaborations between producers, rappers, visual artists. We have painters in this exhibit. We have a filmmaker in this exhibit that minted a short film, a short 16-minute film. And so we're really excited about this project, and we were able to raise $50,000 to essentially put this whole thing together. We had an amazing launch party last weekend. And so we actually have resources to be able to power this thing and to get eyes on this project and on these artists. So if anyone's interested in checking it out, you can go to www.unseen.one, that's unseen.one, and you can walk around the virtual gallery, check out the artworks. You can make bids, 12 of them, 12 out of, I believe, 32 artworks are currently listed for sale. A few of them got bids within the first few minutes and hours of being listed. So we're really excited. The artists are really excited. And in general, I would say for my company, for Oompa Daima, for Black NFT art, we're really passionate about equity. If you look at the traditional art market, I believe the statistic is that less than 1% of art in the fine art market globally is by Black artists. That's less than 1%. When you're talking about we have a continent, right, of very talented people. When I tell you, like, going there and seeing these people, I never mentioned this, but I did art as a child. I did art for a number of years. I can sketch, I can paint, and so I have an eye for talent and for skill, and I think that's part of why I was so affected by going to some of these countries and seeing the talent and being like, I just cannot believe that you are struggling to survive right now. It just didn't make sense. And I know that a lot of artists struggle. Like, it's not just Black artists, but Black artists tend to struggle more. They're more likely to struggle. African artists are more likely to struggle. They're more likely to face a whole range of barriers. And so I think if anyone's passionate about equity in general, social justice, racial equity, right, freedom, equality, et I think you should check out Black NFT art and check out the work that we're doing, and keep an eye on us, because we are important players in the space, and we will continue to be.
And tomorrow, thank you to Greg again, and then you'll be able to see some of the pieces Iris mentioned as well in the gallery from 3 to 6 tomorrow.
That's downtown Atlanta, like old Fourth Ward area, Auburn Avenue. So check it out, 3 to 6. It's called ABV, like Apple Boy Victor. Stands for a better view. Come get a better view.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Hey, good job, guys. You did really well.